Well, good morning, everyone. This is the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names meeting, our first working meeting. And before I get started, I just wanted to make a quick announcement. If you are part of the committee or an advisor or ex officio that happen to dial in on the public line, please switch over to the,
they'll need to raise their hands.
Oh, you'll have to, okay.
So use the raise your hand feature in Zoom or press #2 on the phone if you dialed in on the phone line.
To switch over to the panelists?
To raise your hand. And once they've raised their hands, then I can promote them to panelist.
Okay. Okay, it looks like we have Senator Susan Eggman.
Yeah, she's already a panelist, so she should be able to unmute or turn their camera on already. So.
Great, okay. And this is my first rodeo on Zoom this way, so it might be a little rough. But we have James Pierce, who is very experienced. So James, please, as you already have, keep guiding me along in this technical part of this process. And this is the first meeting we've had on virtually with this committee, so this is going to be interesting. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning. Welcome to the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names, our first working meeting after a very significant transformation for the committee. So less than a year ago, the committee was directed by the governor and the Natural Resources Secretary to take the steps to address discriminatory names in our state and become a more transparent committee. Now here we all are today together with almost an entirely new makeup of members and a very diverse group of people to support us too. So with each one of you who has been willing to step up and participate in this group, either as a committee member or an ex officio or an advisor, I feel like we're a much more realistic representation of California. And I'm proud of that. We've come a long way. So I'd just like to heartily welcome all of you here today. So we're going to start out with roll call this morning. And because most of us still don't know each other, when I call your name, give you a little time to introduce yourself. And since we're a group that's interested in places, I think it'd be fun to, when you do your mic check and say you're here, it'd be great if you could tell us where you are located physically, just to kind of give us all a map in our heads of where we all are. And then give us your job position. And if you want, you can tell us something interesting about yourself. Keep it kind of brief because we do have a lot to cover today, but we definitely want to see and hear you. Because normally we'd be sitting in a nice big conference room and being face to face. So this is just a different way to get to know each other. So we're not going to do this extensive introduction at every meeting. We're just doing it again this time around. You know, we did it in March a little bit, but you know, we still need to get to know each other. And hopefully this will be somewhat of an icebreaker because this meeting today is going to be a discussion. I want anyone to get involved that has something on their mind about the cases or some recommendations or thoughts. So it's a discussion forum. So I'm going to start with myself. I'm Tiffany Meyer. I work for CAL FIRE as a GIS analyst. And I'm the GIS manager for FRAP, the Fire and Resource Assessment Program in CAL FIRE. And right now I'm in downtown Sacramento in the resources building. But for most of 2020, I've been working in Davis, California, which is my home. And that was only when I was not on wildfire incidents. So during large wildfires, I'll go out and on the incident and support the incident, making operational maps and processing incident data. And last year, as you all know, was totally insane in the wildfire realm. I spent 73 days on wildfires, which is just an obscene amount of time to be away from work, to be on wildfires. It's an intense time. So with that, that's me. So I will start going down the roster, and I'm just gonna, I hope you guys can see the agenda here. So zoom down to our roster at the bottom of the agenda, and starting with Clayton, Gorard. He actually is not going to be here today. Really unfortunate because he's got a couple of cases that he was going to go over. He has apparently the governor's about to pull a drought declaration, and he works for the Department of Water Resources, so he's on an emergency project. So I think I'm going to try and present one of his cases. We might be able to get through it today. Maybe not. We'll give it a shot. But anyway, so that's Clayton. So Daniel Walsh from Department of Parks and Rec. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Daniel Walsh. I'm a GIS analyst with California State Parks. I work in the Enterprise GIS program. We help everyone throughout the state and the department with all their GIS needs. A lot of work with COVID and parks closures last year and wildfires. Right now I'm in Midtown Sacramento, and then I'm in the office today, but usually I work from home just about 10 minutes away. So not a big change.
Great, thanks, Daniel. Janine Bird.
Good morning, I'm Janine Bird. I'm with the California Geological Survey, which is part of the Department of Conservation. And the sad thing is, this is my last day at the Geological Survey. I've taken a new position at California State Water Boards in the Drinking Water Division, promoting accessible affordable drinking water for all Californians. So I'm excited about the new job, but this is one of the changes it was very difficult to give up being part of this. I'm actually in the office today, and I'm in downtown Sacramento. We are going to have Bill Short, who is a supervising engineering geologist as part of CGS's Forest and Watershed Geology program, will be in this meeting, and he will help the transition until Department of Conservation gets another staff member to represent us. So I'm really happy I get to at least participate today. Thanks.
Thanks, Janine. And well, congratulations for your new position, but we will definitely miss you. And thanks for helping out with trying to find a replacement. That's really helpful. Sometimes that can be tricky. Richard Leese, hope I didn't pronounce your, make sure I get your name right.
Okay. Yeah, I usually say Lis, but it's actually a Polish name, and they pronounce it Lis in Poland. So, so you did fine. It's actually the Polish word for fox. Also, is kind of a, I guess, little interesting thing. Yeah, I work for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm primarily a botanist. I guess an interesting thing is I've spent a lot of time, I'm also a paleobotanist working on fossil plants. Right now I primarily review Caltrans projects. I'm a Caltrans liaison in the Fish and Wildlife Northern region. And right now I'm about 15 miles north of Redding and Shasta Lake, California at home.
Nice.
So I just joined about a year ago, so I just been part of all the transition. And so this will be the first kind of meeting I participated in where I guess we're doing something other than talking about the transition and new changes. So that'll be interesting.
Great.
Thank you.
Am I still sharing my screen?
Yeah, I see the
agenda. Okay, doesn't have the little red box. I thought I lost it. Okay, so Christina Snyder, you're up next. Are you here?
And this is Lizzie. I think she's going to be on a little bit later, so we can circle back to her.
Great. Okay, thanks, Lizzie. Greg Lucas, the State Library, are you here?
He is not here. He sent me as his representative for today. So
thanks, Rebecca. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Rebecca Wendt. I'm the deputy state librarian at the State Library. I am actually downtown in my office in Sacramento, so just across really from the resources building. We could probably find a window and wave. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what's happening and learning from all of you.
Great, thanks, Rebecca. And actually, my window does face your building.
Hey, I'll start waving soon. Closer to my window.
Susan Anderson, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everybody. I'm Susan Anderson. I'm the history curator and program manager at the California African American Museum. CAM, as we affectionately call it, is a department of the state of California. We're in the California Natural Resources Agency. And it's a statewide operation. The building, the beautiful building, is located in Los Angeles in Exposition Park near the historic Coliseum and lots of other historic monuments. But I'm actually in the Bay Area, working from home, although I travel to Los Angeles on a regular basis. Just a little bit about me. I'm a historian, I'm a curator, I'm an author. I've been involved with a lot of organizations around the state, dealing with collections and preservation of history. So recently I helped run the California Historical Society. I helped run the African American Museum and Library at Oakland. I was a curator at UCLA Library Special Collections, and on before coming to CAM as the history curator. And one of the things I want to mention is that as a fourth generation Californian, I've probably been in every county in the state, whether it's because of camping and traveling with my family or because of the research that I'm doing for the book I'm writing for Heyday Books, which is a history of African Americans in California starting in the gold rush. And I think that's my introduction for now.
Goodness, Suzanne, it sounds like you were made for this committee with that history and background. Thank you for being here. Okay, so that's our committee. And now we're going to move to the ex officios. We'll start with, oh dear, I'm going to mess up people's names. Amar Azucena Sid from Department of Transportation.
Hi there. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jesse Garcia. I'm here on behalf of Amar Sid. She is the program manager, and I work underneath her. So representing the Department of Transportation, and within that, the Caltrans Office of Race and Equity. And I reside in the Native American Liaison Branch. So happy to be here. And actually, if we could also introduce my Deputy Director for Planning and Modal Programs, Jeannie Wardwaller. She also joined the call, and she should be here too.
Thank you, Jesse. We're tag teaming because Amar is on leave today. But yes, hi everyone. Jeannie Wardwaller, representing our Caltrans Office of Race and Equity, which Amar is our program manager. And just quickly about Caltrans' interest, we've been slowly building our equity work over the last several years and really excited to participate in this group. We are undertaking, our own kind of renaming and evaluation of names on the state highway system in conjunction with the work of this committee. So we're here to learn and, share some of the criteria and history that this group comes up with and apply that to a lot of the names and monuments and statues on the state highway system. So really excited to be a part of this group. And Amar should be at future meetings, but I'll be on for a bit here and then Jesse will represent us for the full meeting today.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's tough to commit to a full day for sure. Okay, so Assembly Member James Ramos, have you joined us today? Or is anybody here representing the Committee of Native American Affairs? Okay, we'll move on to Assembly Member Reginald Byron Jones Sawyer. That's a mouthful.
It is a mouthful. I'm Nick Fletcher. I'm the senior assistant to the Assembly Member. Happy to be here on behalf of the Assembly Member and the California Legislative Black Caucus, who's very interested in the Commission's work. So thank you for having me.
Great, thanks for being here, Nick. Assembly Member Luz Rivas from the Latino oh, sorry.
She sent her regrets. She was unable to attend.
Thank you. Thanks, Kira. Assembly Member Ash Kalra from the Asian Pacific Islanders Legislative Caucus. Do we have anybody from the Asian Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus here today? And okay, so we'll move on to Senator Susan Eggman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jacob Fraker. I am the Senate consultant for the LGBTQ caucus under Senator Susan Eggman. Happy to be here. And I am in North Highlands, California, which is right above Sacramento.
Great. Thanks, Jake.
Mm-hmm.
So we still do not have anybody for our Legislative Women's Caucus. We're still looking to fill that position. And Lizzie, do you want to introduce yourself? Because you're not officially an ex officio, but you kind of are.
So happy to, and thanks, Tiffany. And thanks for facilitating today's meeting. So I'm Lizzie Williamson. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Strategic Initiatives at the California Natural Resources Agency, and helped kind of spearhead the expanding of the composition. And just huge thanks to everybody joining. Yeah, it should be a good meeting today, and looking forward to hearing the cases.
Great, thanks, Lizzie.
Oh, and I'm located in Walnut Grove, south of Sacramento.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so moving on to our federal advisors. Some of these advisors have been with us for a long time and are extremely helpful and knowledgeable. And then we have some new ones who it sound like they're going to be great to have on board too. So we'll start with a longtime advisor from the USGS surveys, Carol Ostergren. Sorry. Carol, are you here today?
Yes, I am. Thanks very much, Tiffany. I'm Carol Ostergren. I'm with the U.S. Geological Survey, have been with the survey for a very long time, and have been involved in this California Advisory Board for about 20 years, along with some other states that I work with, Nevada and in the past Hawaii, both have very active geographic advisory boards. So it's really been a highlight of my work, is working with these advisory boards. I am responsible for building partnerships with state and local agencies, other federal agencies, for the data themes that USGS is responsible for. That's primarily hydrography, elevation, topographic maps, and of course, geographic names. I'm currently sitting in Aptos, California. I moved back to the Central Coast a couple of years ago, and I'm just in the very final stages of building a house in Capitola. So that's my forever home, and that's where I'll be. That's it for me.
Love that area. Thank you, Carol. James Barnes from the Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good to be here. I'm a new advisor, happy to be representing the Bureau of Land Management, California. I'm Associate State Archaeologist with BLM California. My background's in historical archaeology. I'm doing a lot of work in BLM-owned museum collections in NAGPRA recently. I work in the federal building in Cottage Way in Sacramento, but I'm teleworking from home today in Carmichael, Sacramento County. So good to be here. Good to meet you all. Happy to be participating. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks. Look forward to working with you and really appreciate you joining us. Jeff Ferguson from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Yeah, good morning. So I'm Jeff Ferguson. I work for NOAA's Office of Coast Survey. We make all the nautical charts for the US. My official title is the California Navigation Manager. So I'm kind of like the regional rep to help people in the state understand and use NOAA's navigation products and services. I'm physically located in Santa Barbara, California. So I see my role here mostly worried about names that would fall on our nautical chart products. So kind of like near the shoreline out to sea versus the inland areas. But I'm here to help whenever I can. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, Jeff. And we have reached out to NOAA in the past for names that have potentially influenced nautical charts that are along the shorelines. So it's good to have that insight. Rich Spradling from the U.S. Forest Service.
Great. Hi, this is Rich Spradling, and I represent the U.S. Forest Service. Region 5, California is our region. And I've been doing that for about 100 years now. As one of the oldest members of this, I had a 37-year with the Forest Service as Geospatial Services Program Manager, starting cartographer, then Geospatial Services Program Manager, which large cartography program and geospatial information for our region. I retired just a few years ago and have come back because I just love this geographic name stuff so much. And the Forest Service has a hard time covering all these bases. So for the last 4 or so years, I've, as a volunteer, back to the regional office in the Forest Service. I have been doing this geographic name stuff since 1982. It was Jim Trumbley pointed out that was the first meeting I showed up at. So been doing it a while. So I've got one of the ones with the most cobwebs to offer.
And a lot of great historical information. Okay, and the National Park Service is not vacant. I haven't updated this roster yet. We do have Amanda Kaplan, who's graciously come in as our advisor for the Park Service. Amanda, are you here today?
Good morning, Tiffany. Yes, I'm here. I'm glad to be here as a new member. I think I'm going to bookend Rich's experience, and I'll be relying heavily on you for all that knowledge. My official title is I'm the Chief of Public and Congressional Affairs for the National Park Service's, what was our Pacific West region, which is now Interior Regions 8, 9, 10, and 12. So we cover not only California, but Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, Hawaii, out into the Pacific Islands, Guam and American Samoa. And so the Board of Geographic Names is one of the programs that falls within my portfolio. I believe my predecessor, Craig Dalby, also served in this advisory capacity. And so for those of you who knew Craig, his position is the one that I've taken over following his retirement. So we have 3 regional offices, San Francisco, Seattle, and Honolulu. And like Craig, I work out of our Seattle office, but I'm currently teleworking from my home just across Lake Washington. And yes, it is raining here in Seattle today. Happy to be here with the group, so thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. So we have another group of advisors that we are calling Emeritus. So people that have been with us for a long time that were in the state agency and are sticking with us as experts on state names. And we have Jim Trumbley is here today.
Hello, everybody. I'm retired. I've worked for state parks. I was an environmental program manager in the Natural Resources Division. I joined the committee in 1980 and I served until I retired at the end of 2009. So about 30 years. And then since then, I've been advisor to the committee and trying to provide some of my memories of how we've handled cases of similar nature in the past. I'm currently working on the origin of some place names in the High Sierra, and I'm currently in Roseville at my house. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Jim. And Will Patterson, are you here today?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Yeah, Will Patterson, past member, a GIS specialist and data manager with CDFW, been there about 24 years, and I've become a licensed drone pilot in recent years. I still maintain sort of an active interest in geographic names. And I guess I'm happy to help with any GIS data related research. And since I'm a drone pilot, I'm also interested in names on FAA charts related to airspace. And I'm attending today from my home in West Sac, across the river from downtown.
Thanks, Will. And Will is a spatial data guy, so we could possibly take advantage of that for mapping and helping us out with identifying places on the maps. Jeff Chambers, are you here? Jeff used to be on the committee also, and he's sort of hung around in the background, so sometimes he's here and sometimes he's not. Looks like he hasn't attended today. And then we have our support staff from the library, Kira Healy, who's been doing a tremendous amount of work for us. Kira, I know you're here today. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. My name is Kira Healy. I am a support staff supervisor in the California History section of the State Library. I am acting as administrative support for the committee this year. So,
thanks, Kira. And Sue, also from the State Library. Introduce yourself.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sue Tyson. I'm the head of the California History section at the State Library, and we will be supporting research efforts, including the California Research Bureau. So excited to take part in this.
Wonderful, thanks, Sue. And speaking of the Research Bureau, we have Tom Negrete from the Research Bureau. Are you here, Tom?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Yeah, I'm acting director at the California Research Bureau. Our team provides research, analysis, and other information services to the governor's office and legislature, and we're happy to be here and learn.
And Pam Martin, are you here today?
Yes, good morning. I'm Pam Martin. I'm also with the California Research Bureau. Tom Negrete is my supervisor. The 4 members here of the State Library are going to be administrative support. This is my first meeting, and I'm really looking forward to learning more. I'm telecommuting from Rancho Cordova, which is just south of Carmichael and is like on the way to Lake Tahoe. So
great.
Nice to meet everybody.
Thanks, Pam. So we've got a pretty serious research group here. So we've got some great resources. Super excited about that. And we also have, I believe, the U.S. Board of Geographic Names staff has joined us today. Jenny Runyon, are you here? Do you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate that. Thank you. And yes, my name is Jenny Runyon. I work, like Carol, I work at the U.S. Geological Survey. I'm at the headquarters, the National Geospatial Program in Reston, Virginia. Like most of you, I'm teleworking too. I live in Ashburn, which is west of DC, close to Dulles Airport. Many of you know, you've flown to Dulles before, kind of out that way. And I've been with the USGS Geographic Names Program for 27 years. So Jim and Rich and I go way, way back. And more recently with some of the newer members we've met today. So thank you so much for allowing me to join this meeting. This is great. So thank you.
Thanks for being here, Jenny. And Matt, Jenny's counterpart, Matt, are you here?
I am. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you all. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm in Arlington, Virginia, teleworking. I work with Jenny at the USGS in Reston. I've been on the staff for about 7.5 years, doing mostly processing cases and coordinating interested party responses for the research. I've got a background in geology and paleontology, really like geospatial analysis and nature, and geographic names too, obviously.
Great, thanks.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
both of you for being here. It's funny to hear this afternoon already. So for committee members, you are welcome to reach out to U.S. Board of Geographic Name staff, Jenny and Matt, for questions. You know, they have a lot. They keep really good records, for one thing, and sometimes they'll have information that hasn't trickled down to us yet, like responses from federal governments and things like that. So it's really helpful to talk to them if you need some extra support for the case that you're working on.
Tiffany, before we move on, it looks like Christina Snyder has joined us.
Oh, great. Christina, do you want to introduce yourself? Thanks, Kira.
Hey everyone, I'm Christina Snyder. I am the Executive Secretary of the Native American Heritage Commission, and I'm also a member of the Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians. It's my pleasure to join you here today, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Great, thanks for being here, Christina. Okay, that wraps up our roster. I guess I'll put out one call out. Did I miss anybody? Or did anyone come in late? That pretty much everyone was here. I think there was one person that already said he wasn't going to be here. So back to the agenda. We will go ahead and approve our minutes here today. Normally we approve them electronically. So after the meeting, once Kira wraps up the minutes, we'll send them out to the committee members for approval. But we didn't do that for the March meeting. And the March meeting was not your standard meeting. That was more the introduction meeting, but we did pull together some minutes. And so let's go ahead and approve them. Did anyone get a chance to look them over and want to move to approve them? Let's kind of go through a semi-formal process here.
I move to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Thanks, Susan. I think we need to second that. Does anyone want to second that?
I'll second it. This is Richard Liss.
Yay, thanks, Richard. Okay. Minutes approved. And you know, we'll always send them out to you, and then when the chair, me in this case, sends them out to you like after this meeting, I'll ask for a response for you to read them and make any edits if you see anything that maybe was missed in the minutes that we had discussed in the meeting. So in the future, you'll have a little more personal time to look at them. Okay, so updates to the roster. We are going to circulate the roster after the meeting, probably sometime next week. So when we do that, please take a look at it and make sure that your information is correct. And if it's not, then get back to us as Kira, I think will probably be the one you'll get that email from, and let us know if there's any corrections we need to make on the roster. Okay, so one of the processes for this whole reorganization of the committee was to update the website. And shoot, I had a link here, but it's not working. So I just want to bring up the website if it wants to come up. There we go. To show you what we've done. So we'll be posting meeting information on our website every time a meeting is coming up. So you'll find it here. We've got a list of our advisors. And then we'll be posting the minutes. Did I go to the right place? Yeah, here we've got historical minutes. And then as our minutes come out for this meeting and the future meetings, we'll continue to post them here, and our agendas. So you can find all this information right on the website. And then we have also included the name proposals page here. So we'll be listing all the open proposals. And this page is kind of a work in progress. This is a much bigger expansion of what we had before, so you can see everything that's open. And eventually we're going to put a link to the table to that will link you to a more in-depth look at the proposal. And basically Kira is working on these review lists. And so this link will get you to the review list so you can read more about the proposal. And we've also put a link down here to the case digest that Kira put together, which basically she reviewed all the review lists that had California names on them that are still open, and made that really nice summary of each case. Let's see, I think those are the main big, great updates for now. And you know, continually evolve, and we are trying to be as transparent as possible. So we'll keep adding information here. You guys get to see my emails all day long. So let's see. Another announcement I have is that the Board of Geographic Names, U.S. Board of Geographic Names, has reached out to some states to ask our opinions on whether we'd be interested in a list of derogatory names. The Board of Geographic Names is going to organize a national meeting to discuss how we want to move forward on that. Excuse me, this is new to us. We normally are more reactive. In the past, we haven't taken on names ourselves. So if you're interested in that national meeting, you can go ahead and ping me and let me know, and I'll keep you updated on when that happens. There's no set date. It's just sort of in the works right now. So I think eventually our group here will probably become more proactive, or at least put that on our agenda to deal with derogatory names. But for now, because we're so backlogged, because we haven't met in over a year in a working meeting setting like this, we'd like to meet a couple more times to get through our current list before we take on those derogatory names. So I don't see that happening, not this meeting, other than the ones that are on the proposals, and probably not next meeting either, but it's definitely there. And I know there's been some interest from a couple of you, at least, that have actually spoken out. I'm sure there's even more interest. And I just want to announce that we will be taking breaks today. That's not on the agenda, but we certainly will do that. And we will take an hour lunch. And we'll just work that around our schedule when there's kind of a natural stopping point. Or if someone's just like, break, let's take a break, then we can absolutely do that too. So before we hop into the actual meat of our proposals, I am going to do a quick little recap of the proposal review process. It's basically going to be the same thing I talked about in March, except an abridged version and much faster. But I just want to review that again, just so it kind of gets more set in your minds. But before I go into that, are there any more announcements or comments from any of you?
Tiffany, this is Amanda. Yeah, I have just a process question, and I'm sorry, this is kind of personal, but there are 2 times today I'm going to have to step out. I'm very pleased I'm getting my second COVID shot today, and then picking up my daughter. And I noticed the chat is disabled, so I want to be the least disruptive possible when that happens. So do you prefer I sign off the Zoom and come back in, or just step away?
Oh gosh, good question.
Just to clarify, the chat isn't disabled for panelists. Panelists should be able to use the chat panel. It's only disabled for attendees currently.
Okay, it's showing disabled for me. Sorry about that, because that was my intention, was just to kind of send a quick chat saying I have to step out and I'm back in.
It could be because your Zoom client might be older and it's not supporting it, but
got it. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to do it. I will admit I'm not good at watching the chat when I'm speaking. So if anyone wants to speak up when they see a chat that sounds pertinent, please do so.
Amanda, you can email me.
Oh,
okay.
Perfect.
Is that Kira?
Yes.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank
Kira.
you.
Sure.
Okay, for anyone that was at the meeting in March, you probably recognize this diagram. It's sort of a like big overview of how proposal applications work. It's kind of the big picture. So this is going to be a little dry. I'm just going to talk. This is the only slide I'm going to show you. So hopefully we can go pretty quickly, and then we'll take a break when I'm done with this. So basically, a proposal starts at the USGS Board of Geographic Names, which we call BGN. You'll hear that all the time. So when you hear BGN, think Board of Geographic Names. So it gets submitted as a proposal, and then Jenny and her team does a preliminary research and confirms that the proposal meets the criteria, their criteria. And if it does, then it gets listed on the Board of Geographic Names quarterly review list and posted on the Board of Geographic Names BGN website. And then at that point, it comes to us. And Kira Healy at the California State Library will capture the new case information and log it into the Geographic Names tracking system that I mentioned earlier, and prepare the executive summary of the new case to add to the digest. And then Kira will send the new case log to the California Research Bureau and the State Library, and they'll start doing some initial research and background review. And this could include anything from a geographic review, like where it is sitting on the ground, any historical connections or associations. They may identify more stakeholders that need to be reached out to. The Board of Geographic Names already sends out letters to quite a few stakeholders. They'll send out letters to federally registered tribes, federal agencies that might be connected to that name, and then the county board of supervisors in that county. But it's more up to us to contact more state and local level contacts. And then the Research Bureau will possibly look at factual information about the proposal. So say like if it's a Native American name that was proposed, we want to know if the name actually represents what the proposal said in that language, something like that. And then Kira and her staff will track each case in the database that she's created. And that's what we're eventually going to be putting on the website. And that tracking database is going to include what type of case it is. So is it a new name of an unnamed feature, or is it renaming an existing name? Is it a name that's perceived to be derogatory or an offensive name, or is it commemorating a person? Is it historically accurate? Sometimes we get those proposals where the name was misspelled throughout its cartographic history. In fact, we have one of those on the agenda later today. And someone comes up and wants to correct it. And if there's local use or relationship to the land, if that name has a local usage. And then the tracker tracks stakeholders and outreach and contacts. We do take local opinion very seriously. Like that's pretty high on our list of how we make our decisions. And so the tracker will show us who's been contacted, who needs to be contacted, and what that contact was, and what the opinions are of the people that we've been contacting. Or if we've tried to reach out to those people and we were not successful, at least we tried. So that it will document your efforts in your work on your proposal. And if there was contact with the stakeholder, then there will be a little bit of information on what that conversation was. So once all that background information is gathered, then we meet, and here we are, just like this. Although before we meet, the committee chair and Kira will prepare the agenda and that the digest of the proposals and get that out to all of you 10 days, at least 10 days before the meeting. So that hopefully will give you time to prepare to like read through the cases and think about it a little bit before you come in to talk about them. Okay, so the big question is assigned cases. How are we going to assign cases? We've come up with a process where we're just going to randomly assign cases consecutively by alphabet. So everyone gets an even number of cases. And you'll see how that works once we get started. We did actually assign cases for the cases that didn't have people assigned to them yet. So all of you, by the end of the day, all of you committee members will have cases assigned to you. And so once you have your case assigned to you, you track the information and you'll present everything that's gathered on that case, all your findings and all the stakeholder opinions, and you'll present that information to the committee during our meetings. And you'll lead the discussion among all of us. So you'll get input from the other committee members, the advisors, and cooperators. And this will all be, the whole discussion is kind of based with the Board of Geographic Names principles, policies, and procedures in mind. So we follow those 3 Ps. And then when we're ready as a committee, particularly you as the committee lead on that proposal, then we'll vote to recommend or to approve, disapprove, or disapprove of the proposal. That's the 2 choices, but we often defer the cases to the next meeting too. Like maybe there's something that we hadn't thought about that needs researching, or we might be waiting for some information that hasn't come in yet, like an opinion or research or something like that. Cases frequently get deferred. And I think this whole process is going to become a lot more clear today because we do have some cases that are already assigned. So we're going to be going through that discussion and research today on a couple of cases. So those are the cases that are assigned. And then there's the new cases that have come in since our last meeting. So for those new cases, either Kira or the chair, Kira's going to do it today, will introduce those new cases based on her digest research. And then the committee, all of us, will have a brief discussion about that new case. And if anybody has any thoughts, they'll weigh in on the next steps that need to happen to that proposal before we go into a full discussion about it to prepare for making our recommendation. So discussions might include like who needs to be contacted for opinions in addition to who already has been contacted. Is there any research that we want to identify to ask the Research Bureau to consider for that proposal? Or maybe is there a particular ex officio that needs to get involved because they have unique contacts and networks that support the case? So we can identify those. And then once you're assigned to that case, you're the designated case lead and you'll shepherd that case through till the end, till the recommendations made. We did talk about, even though these assignments for cases are by alphabetical order, we're totally open to horse trading. Like if you see a case on the list that you have a particular affinity towards, or maybe more information than another committee member does, you are definitely welcome to ask for that case. So basically, to summarize, your tasks as the case lead is to track research, any research that has historical connection and validity to the proposal, the geographic review where is this proposal, this name or proposed name place? What is it? Is it a creek, a hill, a ridge? What county is it in? Who are the surrounding landowners, and maps? And you have a lot of support for that information. Like, a lot of that will be done for you, but it will be up to you to track that and present it to the rest of us. There might be some stakeholder outreach. The library is going to help us with that, but you will definitely need to track who's been reached out to and what their opinions are. And then maintaining communications and updates, the case progress. And Kira is going to be helping track all of that information in the tracking log. And then, of course, I keep emphasizing this during the whole process. It's really important to apply those Board of Geographic names, principles, policies, and procedures, and think through how those fit into your proposal, or what part of them does. And keep in mind that we're an advisory committee only, so we weigh the evidence and we apply the 3 Ps, which there's a lot of nuance to it and interpretation. So you're not just here to you're here to basically apply the 3 Ps. How do I say that? It's not as straightforward as it sounds. We need you, basically. And again, through all this process, we have tons of help from the state library, our advisors, our ex officios, and other chair member or committee members. So with that, are there any questions or comments?
Tiffany, this is James Barnes. I don't know how to raise my hand, so I hope I didn't cut anybody off.
Nope,
but
works great.
Clarification: when the committee votes on a proposal to approve or disapprove that proposal, that becomes a recommendation to BGN. And the clarification I want, does that recommendation have any other effects? Like, for instance, on state of California's development of maps and geographic information, does it affect place names for state of California? Or does it just become a recommendation to BGN?
It's a recommendation to BGN. BGN almost always sides with our recommendation. There have been a few cases where they haven't, but it doesn't land on the maps until BGN confirms it. So really, they have the final word.
Okay, great, thanks. That's helpful.
So we're the local research team. So I guess, well, we've been going for an hour. Do people need a break? We could, I think once we get going on the cases, it's going to be a little more intense. Why don't we go over the last proposed names that were passed, and then we'll take a break. So the last time we had a working meeting was well over a year ago, February 5th. And since then, 4 names were approved or disapproved through the Board of Geographic names. So the big one was that Dow-Goet Mountain. That was the Jeff Davis Summit. So that was approved. So that is an official name. Jeff Davis is gone. We had Dog Slobber Creek, which was a stream. That didn't get enough support from us or the BGN, so that was disapproved. Lenbar Creek in Humboldt was approved, and Sentinel Rock was also approved. And that was actually part of the whole Jeff Davis conglomerate of names. Sentinel Rock was a historical name for the volcanic plug. And so basically what we recommended is that the actual point be named Sentinel Rock, and then the whole Mastiff Mountain would take on that Dow-Goet Mountain name. And that's when the Native American tribe proposed the name, that's kind of the way they saw their name, was a name for that entire mountain instead of just the little volcanic peak. So we were able to maintain that historical name in addition to taking on the Native American name. So our next piece of agenda is to dive into the names. So let's go ahead and take just a 5-minute break so people can get up and stretch and check your email or whatever you need to do. So let's come back at 10:32. Does that sound good?
That sounds good.
Great. Thanks, Richard. I needed that, actually.
Putting in a break too. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, that was a fast 5 minutes. Oh, wait, we've got some comments. Okay, let's get started again. I am going to just share the agenda again as I figure out Zoom. Okay, so we're gonna, hopefully everyone's back. We are going to move into what we're calling the pending cases. These are cases that have been going on for a while, so there's already committee members that have been researching them and shepherding them along. And I will just make a comment that we do have some people from the public that are interested in some of our cases. And if you have anything that you want to say after we discuss the case, you'll have 3 minutes to speak up and give us your thoughts.
And just to clarify, so when you do take public comment, please prompt them to raise their hand by using the raise hand feature in Zoom. Or if you've dialed in, press #2 to raise your hand and we'll unmute you at that point in time.
Great, okay. Thanks, James. Speaking of raising hands, Rich is raising his hand.
Yeah. Would it be possible to let us know who all the public members are listening in on our meeting, to have them introduce themselves now? Or is that, or are they just on for their particular case?
Yeah, I don't know if we want them to introduce themselves in the interest of time. Yeah, go ahead, Lizzie.
This is Lizzie. I can chime in here. I know we have space for public comment, so during that time, if they would like to go on the record and introduce themselves and provide public comment, that's the space when they can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, this form is new to me. I think there are some, we're kind of following some rules that exist. So I appreciate Lizzie's input. Okay, so our first case is the Reisler Buttes. And this is one of Clayton's cases. Shoot, so we could try and dive in and talk about it and bring it up for a vote. It's a pretty straightforward case. Or we could wait for Clayton.
And Tiffany, I might jump in here again. I think let's do thing that Clayton was kind of a last minute pulled out for things that maybe we skip his cases just so people can kind of understand kind of the regular flow of cases. And we can maybe start with Tiffany and go through the folks that are here. If that works.
Sure. Yeah, he sent me his package of information for Reisler, but yeah, I'm sure like we could spend a lot of time on it and then decide that we still have some information we want to know about. Just because I haven't done any research on it, just have what he's given me. I can give a little briefing on it. So it's in San Bernardino County, and it was originally proposed as Alfalfa Buttes. So it's a renaming of Pickaninny Buttes. And so we're saying that that's a derogatory name. And I think that will be fairly agreed upon among the committee. And actually, Clayton sent me some research that he'd done on that word, Pickaninny, and it's kind of appalling, actually. I would almost be embarrassed to show some of it. So I think it'll be pretty clear that we will want to change the name of Pickaninny Butte. So the original proposal was Alfalfa Butte, and that butte stands in a valley called Lucerne Valley, and Lucerne is the French word for alfalfa. But the proponent, or an opposing proponent, didn't like that name. Oh, actually, there's like a developer group out there that didn't like the name, and so they sent another proposal in to call it Reisler Buttes instead of Alfalfa Buttes. And Mr. Reisler was one of the original settlers in the area.
Tiffany, did you want me to quickly read the summaries for those two?
Sure, I'm kind of stumbling along here. Yeah, that might be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Thanks, Kira.
Sure. The original proposal was to change the name of Pickaninny Buttes to Alfalfa Buttes. The proposal was in San Bernardino. The proponent does not state why he believes the name should be changed, presumably due to the term Pickaninny, which is considered by many to be an offensive reference to a small child of African descent or a small child with dark skin. That proposal was withdrawn in support of Reisler Buttes on review list 442. That proposal was to change the name of Pickaninny Buttes in Lucerne Valley in San Bernardino County to Reisler Buttes. In response to an earlier proposal to change the name to Alfalfa Buttes, which was review list 437, which was withdrawn, the name would commemorate early settlers Lee William Reisler and Agnes Jean Jackley Reisler, who, according to the proponent, arrived in the area in 1909. Family members still reside in Lucerne Valley, adjacent to the buttes which they still own.
Great. Thanks, Kara. We have gotten a county input and they don't have an opinion.
I have a couple of questions.
Great.
I don't think this is as straightforward as it seems. Mostly because as I read this, I thought, who are the Reislers?
Mm-hmm.
There's no information. And I even went and found the quarterly review that states the case, trying to find some more information here. So that's a big question for me. And there's no research on why the area was given a racist name and who gave it that name. So without that, it's hard to, for me, it's hard to make a call on this proposal. There's no context. And for all we know, the Reislers who settled the area in 1909, which is when this proposal says it's possible that there were African-American settlers in the area, and then the racist name was given to the area. It's possible that the Reislers gave this area that name, since we don't know anything about them. So I'm really needing more context and more research.
That is a very good point, Susan. And that's why I kind of didn't want to dive in too deep on this, because I think that's exactly why that we do need more information about this Reisler family. Like, I don't think, I knew we weren't going to be able to come up with a recommendation today because of that hole right there. And then your point of the Black settlers is a good one too. So we will take those questions and pose them to our research bureau to see if they can dig up any more information on the Reislers. And
just one more point. When I read the quarterly review, it looks as if the need to expand the stakeholders that the researchers talk to in order to get a better picture of this history and who the Reislers are. the origin of the name, who the Reislers are. It was a very limited group of people that are being considered sources for this history. The Lucerne Valley Economic Development Association, the County Board of Supervisors, and the people that were consulted, also their first position was, oh, we shouldn't even change the name because that would be politically correct. So that was some red flags kind of waved for me, looking at who the sources were for the historical research. So there's got to be other sources and other stakeholders to answer some of these questions.
Yeah, that could be hard to come up with, but we can try our best. You know, if it's just a couple families out there, there might not be anything written about it. Yeah, we'll have to put our heads together on that one. Does anyone else have any comments? Rich?
Yeah, Rich again here. This is good conversation for these. And just as the first name we're getting into when we're kind of reviewing what we've gone over, and we haven't done much on this one, I don't think. One thing that the group doesn't get to see here, even for looking at we don't have a map in front of us to look at, to see what the extent of this feature is. That's something I mentioned last meeting. I would hope that we get some process where when we're discussing a name, a map of the area comes up showing its extent, where it falls in the world. In addition to it adds to the discussion right away where we can all be looking at something.
I think Rich makes a good point. The magnitude of the feature has always been something that we've taken into account. And so I think a map would be very helpful.
Kind of our audio visual backdrop to discussing these things.
I do have a map. I have to figure out how to switch over to it in Zoom. This might work. Oh wait, no, here it is. So this is something that Clayton put together. It's Google Earth. So here's Lucerne Valley, and then here's the Butte. He added the landowners, and so you can poke around and see how much land the Reislers own around here. Let's see, that's not theirs. Let's see, when I did this last night, I found a couple of their properties. I thought there a couple of these properties are there. There's that family's. Not that should give them the right to own the Butte or to name the Butte.
Mm-hmm.
So just to zoom out to give you some context of where we are, there's Victorville. So it's kind of out in the desert.
Any topography information? How tall is this?
Does the proposal say that?
Compared to the surrounding land?
I'm looking at the proposal real quickly.
Proposal might have the
3,000 feet elevation.
What is the surrounding land?
Yeah.
General elevation.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can. It's a little bump.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Clayton's so much better at driving Google Earth than I am. Let's see, how do we tilt it? It probably looks like a hill when you're out there, right? Because it's so flat, and then you've got this little piece of land.
If you zoom in, it tends to tilt it.
Is that what it takes?
Right at the last.
Tiffany, the proposal lists the elevation as 2,999 feet.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
But then how big of a rise is it from the valley floor?
That is not listed.
Yeah.
Do we have the 7.5 quad?
No, I don't have that really handy. Although I might be able to bring it up real quick. No. Let's see. And if anyone else has these resources at their fingertips, go ahead and jump in. Okay, so I've got the.
Good point.
Tiffany,
What?
in the chat, Pam Martin just asked, why does Google Earth call it Alfalfa Butte? Do you think that Clayton tagged this map when he was working on it?
Yeah, that's from Clayton.
So Clayton added the name Alfalfa Buttes to that graphic?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he added those parcels too. Whoops, let's see, where are we? Oh dear. To find it. Oh, there's Victorville. There's Lucerne Valley. Okay, so it's
Pickaninny Buttes is listed.
right. Is it this?
Oh, back over to the west.
Oh, you saw it?
Right.
Oh, it's tiny. Oh, it's tiny. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It's
less than 100 feet off the valley floor.
What are the contour interval?
20 feet. So it looks like the valley floor is at 2,920, and then the peak, actually the peak's probably at 2,980.
Benny Hill.
Yeah, right. Sometimes people just want to get their names on the maps. Any more comments on this one? We will definitely be talking about it again in August.
I just want to mention that this area, that there are quite a few references in the historical record to African-American settlements in this area.
That's a really good point. I mean, just looking at this map, we've got Negro Butte. I think one of the proposals said that Cougar Buttes was derogatory too. So it's referring to something other than a cat. Just jot that down. And Susan, if you have any historical information on this area, if you could offer it to Clayton.
Yeah, I'll dig up some things about Victorville and this high desert area.
Great.
Yeah. This is Rich again, and I think Susan's comments are excellent about needing some more research into this. And I think when we have, there's another one coming up that's similar to this. When it's a commemorative name, we really do need to know about the people. I don't know what, to me, the non-commemorative, even though we're only supposed to deal with the proposal in front of us. Alfalfa Buttes is really a nice descriptive name that doesn't have to go through the barrier of being a commemorative name. But I think Susan's comments are excellent there, that we need to know more about this. And it's a commemorative name. And one of the main things here is land ownership rather than contribution to the area, although there was, 100 years of settlement.
Yes, it's a little unfortunate that someone came in and submitted that counter proposal, because it seems like Alfalfa Buttes fits the area better. I mean, it's just like reiterates.
Is it the same proposer?
No, it's not.
So Alfalfa Buttes is still a proposal?
No, it got pulled.
That's right.
It did. And yeah, so the original proposer apparently supports Riesler Buttes.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on, this next one has quite a history. I'm thinking, Kira, do you want to go ahead and just read your briefing, just so I can sort of get set up while you're doing that?
Absolutely. Just real quick, I want to officially confirm that this topic is deferred to the next meeting.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
For the minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So the next on the docket is Doak Creek from Tokalone Creek. One moment while I pull that open. The proposal is to change the name of Tokalone Creek in Napa County, submitted by an attorney on behalf of Constellation Brands Incorporated, which objects to the use of Tokalone, a trademark they own. BGN has agreed to revisit its previous naming decision. The proposed name Doak Creek refers to David Perry Doak, a banker and industrialist who built a mansion near the stream between 1917 and 1921.
Thanks, Kira. Okay, so to understand this case, we're going to have to go back 5 years because Tokalone is a name that was approved by both the committee, our committee, and the Board of Geographic Names in 2017. And so I just want to give a little background on that to give you some context. And that's actually probably going to take more time than Doak Creek. So, and by the way, I know that there are most of the people from the public that are on this call are probably associated with this proposal. We've got some lawyers from the Constellation Brands, and then also the proponent, I believe, is here with us today. Hang on. Let me just check the chats. Oh, okay, looks like James is going on break. Okay, or has some business. So I'm going to change my screen sharing. Okay, I'm just going to go over the Tokalone review quickly to give you some background. So this came to us in 2016, I believe. Actually, I have a timeline here. Yeah, 2016, October 2016. And basically it's to name an unnamed feature in Napa Valley near Oakville, sorry. The main things to think about are, so it's a new proposal. It's a pretty short little creek. It was only 4.1 miles long. And it flows through a vineyard area that was once called Tokalon. The name Tokalon, it's unclear where it comes from. there's some stuff in the proposal about that maybe it was a Native American name, but that's not the case. And then perhaps it comes from a Greek word, but we don't really have that much information on the word itself. So it's kind of a benign word. It's just a name. So back in 1868, a farmer, Mr. Crabbe, pioneered the area and started growing some grapes. And he's the first one that used tokalone, the word, for his vineyard. And then since then, the area has become part of the Oakville American Viticulture area, so the AVA. And there's several wineries along the creek. So there's the Robert Mondavi winery, and they have most of the property that encapsulates the creek. And then there's a couple other wineries in the area. Beckstoffer is namely one of them. University of California has some property along the creek. So here's the clincher of the whole proposal. So the Robert Mondavi Winery owns a trademark of the name Tokalone, and they have two trademarks, Tokalone and Tokalone Vineyards, and they sell wines with this by this name. And then there's also Beckstoffer has used that name, and the wines that come from this area and carry that name are very expensive. They're very high-end wines. Let's see, what are some of the other points I want to point out? The area is known for wine. It's been growing wine grapes for a very long time. One of the things that came up in the proposal is that the proponent hired a geologist to look at the area, and he delineated some alluvial fans. And that's, I guess, alluvial fans are a big part of grape growing as far as like how it influences the flavors in the grapes. And so this geologist named the fan Tokalone. Let's see, there is possibly a creek in the area that has been referred to as Doak Creek, but it's not an official name. Here's a map. It's not the greatest map, and actually I'll bring up a better map in a minute, but the blue line is the Tokalone Creek, and then there's some tributaries that come into it, and that's important to note, because the actual proposal that we're looking at now is not only to change the name of the creek that's now called Tokalone to Doak, but there's a second proposal to name the tributary Doak Creek also. Let's see. So remember I mentioned the trademark. Let's see, I have some information. So trademarks were not very well defined in the procedures and the 3 Ps when we were debating this case back in 2016. And basically, they just stated that if there's a trademark of the name, then the proponent has to get permission from, I guess they have to get permission, not even permission, but they just, let's see, how is it's stated? Basically that that they need to acquire permission from the company that owns the trademark. The newer procedures policies define that a little better now. And so the proponent did receive a letter from Mondavi saying that they supported this Tokalone name. And basically it was the vineyard manager that wrote the letter. And so when we were debating this case, there was a tremendous amount of support from the community to name this creek. Every single landowner was in support of it. The Board of Supervisors was in support of it. The state government, so the local assembly member and the local senator was in support of it. So basically, when you're debating a name, if there's any commercial value, then it's not going to fly. And when we were talking about this case, there was discussion about that. Like, is this, it's in Napa Valley, that's a highly commercial area. Is this name linked to any commercial needs or issues? And we ultimately decided that it wasn't. And so we passed the name, or we recommended it to the Board of Geographic Names. And then they approved it in 2017, in September of 2017. And then it got on the map. And actually, I'm going to change my screen again. So here is the USGS maps, and you can see it's officially part of the maps. And then in 2019, basically the mothership of Mondavi Winery found out that this name had been approved, and it violated their trademarks, they feel. And so they approached the Board of Geographic Names and said, you have to remove this name from the maps because it's in violation of our trademark. And Board of Geographic Names said, well, we can't do that because we have a policy that once an unnamed feature is named, then it has to have a name. So the Constellation Brands came in and proposed a new name, and that's where Doak Creek comes in. Let's see, I do want to show, I was tracking all of the support that Tokelon Creek got. So I'm just going to show that real quick. Let's see. So as I was doing my research, we got a letter from Mike Thompson, who's the representative of that district. He was in support. All of the landowners, Bill Dodd, who's the senator of that district, wrote us a letter in support of the naming of Tokelon. The geologist that was working on that alluvial fan, and then all of the landowners up and down the creek were in support. We did get a couple letters against, one from the Nebum Coppola winery. They were concerned about the trademark, actually. And Mark Monmier is a geographer out of New York, and we got a letter from him, and it turns out that Constellation hired him to look into this alluvial fan research that Dr. Howell had done. And so he basically wrote a letter to contest the alluvial fan. But I do want to note that he was paid to do that. So now, these are all the support letters that we got for the original proposal. And then once Constellation Brands came in on the scene in 2019, then we started getting all of their counsel, basically the lawyers writing us letters, giving us their opinion about how they're against it. And I'm sorry, I feel like I'm not explaining this very well. It's been over a year, and I did some research last night, but there's a lot of different pieces of this meeting I was trying to pull together. So I apologize, I'm kind of stumbling along here, but So please ask questions if I'm not making sense or if I'm missing anything for you who were here for the long haul. So let's see. So let's look at the Doak Creek proposal. Oh shoot, I don't have it handy. Well, Kara basically outlined it, but
did you want me to share the BGN list document?
If you have it handy, sure. Yeah, let's go over that. I don't think it has too much new information in it, but it'd be good to review that as a group.
Okay. James, are you able to allow me to share my screen?
Yeah, give me a second here.
Thanks.
You should be good.
Okay, thank you. Let's make sure that I'm using the right document.
I'll stop sharing.
Okay, so I should be sharing this document. Let me know if you would like me to scroll up or down.
Okay, so yeah, let's scroll down. So there's a couple, go ahead and stop there. There's a couple other names for the creeks in the area. There's the Mount St. John's Creek. And honestly, I forget if that is a name for the creek itself. So basically the Constellation Brands, who owns the Mondavi winery, submitted this proposal because of their concern for their trademark. Basically, they're concerned that if this area is named To Cologne, their trademark, then it's going to dilute their brand and possibly open up the area for other people to use that name. And let's see, does the case summary talk about their concerns about fraud? Go ahead and zoom down more, or was that the bottom?
Sorry, that should have taken us down, but the down arrow took me up.
Oh. So Doak Creek, there is a, let's see, commercial, wait, who's Doak? I've really been focusing more on the To Cologne. So let's see, his name's to the Napa County Resource Conservation District has used Doak Creek to name 2 different streams. There's a Yount Mill Creek south of the To Cologne Creek. So that name was used in 1985. So it does have some historical context. And is that, can you scroll down anymore?
Absolutely.
A little further, I'm looking for where it talks about who Doak is. So there's a house in the area that's.
There was just the very brief bit up at the top, I believe, that spoke about Doak.
The proponent, let's see, go up a little bit. The mansion, so right there. So there's a mansion in the area named after the Doak family. So there's a connection to the land. So basically, the proponent for To Cologne Creek provided quite a bit of information on how To Cologne is associated with the area, has a historical connection. And I could show you some of that information because basically it has ties to, or basically Constellation is trying to make the point that To Cologne is not a place, it's just a brand. And so there's this back and forth between the proponent and Constellation trying to identify whether To Cologne is an actual place.
Are you ready for me to stop sharing?
Sure.
Okay.
So let me see if I can bring that up.
In the Tiffany, this is Jim Trumbley.
Jim.
Did the BGN provide any further explanation why they chose to revisit this after we had everybody approved it and we had County Board of Supervisors approval and everything? It seemed like a demonstration of local support. But the BGN just agreed to revisit it, but did they say why they were willing to revisit it?
I don't have that in front of me, but I do know that the Constellation brand lawyers approached them directly and in fact showed up to one of their meetings and made the case that the To Cologne name was commercial and that it was violating their trademark. And so they convinced the board to revisit it. And there is a letter. So
don't we have other natural features or geographic features that are part of wine marketing and so forth? You know, like Anderson Valley and stuff like that. I mean, there's
like people's names.
Yeah. So what's different?
The trademark is the big concern. So there's that commercial value there. And
I guess I don't understand where that stops and the other begins, but.
Right. There's a huge effort on the Constellation brands to turn this over because there's a lot of money involved. And so basically what it comes down to is whether we're not going to vote on this today because there's a ton of information or letters and background information that I want to share with all of you to be able to review it. And clearly I need to review it again too, to give you more context, but basically it's whether we want to side or continue our support of the local support. Like basically there's local support from every end, from the landowners to the local government to the state government, or whether we want to support the commercial or this company to protect their brand. And by the way, they're from New York, so they're not even local.
Tiffany, this is Jim Trumbley again. Do we have to, I mean, one of our choices would be to say that we've made a decision on this. We don't see anything different. The BGN has a policy regarding commercial names that states that the BGN will usually reject a proposed name when the primary purpose of the name is construed to promote a commercial product or enterprise. And I think that it's hard for us to try to apply that policy as they do. So I would think that one of our options is to decide whether we want to revisit this. I don't think the BGN has asked us if we would like to weigh in, but I'm not sure we have to. That's another option that's on the, I think is available to the committee.
Well, we did already tell the BGN that we would weigh in on this again. And it's totally possible that we'll just decide to stick with our original recommendation.
Okay. So we'd still want to spend more time, I think, looking into this.
We do, because we have all these new committee members and they haven't had an opportunity to look at all the information that came in. So Constellation Brand has written us quite a few letters, and basically their tact is to try and smear the proponent and make it look like his evidence is fraudulent and that he's a liar. And honestly, sorry, Constellation people, I know you're on the phone, but it's kind of shocking to read these letters because they're pretty aggressive and ruthless towards the proponent. And in fact, sometimes they get so mean that it's kind of hard to take them seriously. Like it's obvious what they're doing. They're trying to ruin this guy's reputation so that they can save their brand. So, but I do want everyone to have the opportunity to read those letters and to also go through all of the evidence, because there's a gob, and I don't want to spend the time going through it right now because there's too much of it. So Constellation Council has submitted multiple letters, at least 2 that are over 20 pages long, and I can show you a flavor of those. Do you guys see the letter, the Hunt and Andrew Kurth letter right now on my screen? Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't have to change anything. That was nice. Okay, so let's see. This is one that we received last year. So they're asking, let's see, because the Board of Geographic Names decided to revisit the Tokelon and consider the Doak Creek naming, they want some time to research it. And so they asked for all of so the proponent is Graham McDonald. They asked for all the information that he had submitted to us. And so basically they took that information and tried to delegitimate every piece of information that he submitted. So he hired that geologist to name the alluvial fan Tokelon. They hired another geographer to delegitimize that fan. And so like that's kind of the whole process here is back and forth between the proponent and the lawyers from Constellation Brand. So they requested all the information. We sent it to them. And they are really trying to make the point that Tokelon is not a place. I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that, because the area was Tokelon Vineyards, and that's, in my mind, that's a place. And actually, if you go to the GNIS website and type in Tokelon, the creek doesn't come up, but there are other places across the nation with that name. It's a little bit like Yosemite when the contractors pulled out of Yosemite that were managing Curry Village and the Ahwahnee. They wanted to take those names with them so that people couldn't use them so that they could keep them for their own commercial needs. So I'm sure a lot of you are aware of how those names in Yosemite were taken away as trademarks.
Intellectual property.
So one of the things that the Constellation Brands is saying, a lot of it hinges on this letter of support from the Mondavi winery, because they're the ones that own the trademark. And so Constellation Brand is saying that that letter is fraudulent, and it's even on Constellation letterhead, but they say that that's a fake. Although if you do look at the letter, like the author of the letter, it does say it's Constellation. So yeah, here they don't like how we're using Tokelon as a geographic use. So what I would like to do is I'll package up all the information that I have, all the letters of support, and then the Constellation Brand letters, and put them in a box account for all of you to review. So hopefully we can have a more in-depth conversation in August. And but before we move on, I do want to say that the local government, both the Board of Supervisors and the Assemblyman and the Senator, still support Tokelon, not DOAC. So there's still a lot of that local support for the Tokelon, not DOAC. And we did get a letter from one of the Mondavi, it's a grandson of Robert Mondavi, who is in support of keeping the Tokelon name, and is concerned about large corporations coming into the valley and bringing, kind of changing the feel of Napa Valley wine industry with corporations instead of the local, more small type wineries. So I think, are there any questions or more comments?
If not, then we do have public comment. No committee member comment. Thank you.
Okay.
James, can you please let the first public comment come through?
Okay, the first person with their hand raised is Graham McDonald. Graham, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. So first off, thank you, Tiffany, and thank you, everyone, for considering this. I was just going to give a little background on myself and the process, and just wanted to foremost say thank you for talking about the personal stuff, because I really don't think it's necessary to make this personal. I think I'm here to give you guys context on the original application, as well as historical record and the process, so that you guys have the context to make the decision. So I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Graham McDonald. My family's lived on the property right alongside Tokelon Creek. My great grandparents bought the property back in 1954. And so I'm a fourth generation Napa Valley grape grower. I drive my own tractor. I'll be driving my tractor later today after this. And you'd probably be more interested in my wife, who's got her PhD in geographical information systems. So she trained under Larry Smith at UCLA and Maggie Kelly at Berkeley. So she's helped me through a lot of this. And I have a deep passion for history. I'm a board of directors of the Early California Wine Museum. I've really dived into this Tokelon history because I love it and I feel connected to the land, and researching that history brought me to the Board of Geographic Names. And I just wanted to point out one thing, Tiffany, you did a great job of summarizing it. So I have not hired anyone to do any of this, and I'm not getting paid. So Dr. Howell, actually, that was his own time that he donated. And so he was the one who initially told me to name the creek so he could refer into his scientific papers as the Tokelon alluvial fan. So I had a lot of fun doing that process. And I want to be able to give you guys a lot more context, I think, about why this is a historical name, why it was chosen, and point out specifically that the commercial use, the letters of support, all that was disclosed in the original application. So we did discuss those things. You guys did discuss those things. And we received 2 letters of support from the Mondavi Winery and Constellation, and various other email exchanges. And so I feel like I can show that process, we did our due diligence to try and satisfy the board's needs from them. And I was in contact with the BGN during that process, lots of emails back and forth, making sure the letter they gave me satisfied the needs as well. And so I think the main thing for me with the opposition is I think there's so much inaccurate things that don't match with the historical record. So I wanted to make sure that that you guys have all the context you need, and I'm totally happy and available to answer any questions and help you guys out to sift through it all.
Thanks, Graham. Thank you, Graham. Good timing. Down to the second. And I apologize for misrepresenting your relationship with Mr. Howell. Excuse me. Some other people need to talk some more.
So the second hand raised is William Marone. William, I'm allowing you to talk. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. Y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. William Marone with Hunt and Andrews Kurth on behalf of our client, Constellation Brands, which we are local. We're Robert Mondavi Winery. Yes, they've changed their name. Yes, the corporate headquarters is now in New York, but this is our land. Robert Mondavi Winery has the famous Tokelon Vineyard, which is a trademark. The only appropriate legally defensible choice is Doak. The chairperson, Ms. Myers, talked about a lot of evidence, and there is. I would specifically call your attention. We submitted a letter in May of 2020 with about 1,600 pages of exhibits. We submitted a letter this year in March, including a copy of a federal court decision. I'll follow up with some slides that we had prepared. I just want to touch on a couple of key points. So yes, I'm an attorney. I've lived with this case for multiple years, including entire federal litigation, hundreds of exhibits going back to the 1800s. All the statements we make in our letters are documented as they were before the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California. There is a chairperson suggested there's a dispute as whether Tokelon's a place or a brand. No, there isn't. It is not a place. We have a trademark, and that's what the federal case in Oakland was about. And yes, there's people on both sides, and there was a tribunal decided, but it was decided it's a trademark. It is not a geographic area, or in the parlance of trademark law, it's not primarily geographically descriptive, nor was it geographic and then turned into a trademark. It was a name a gentleman thought of after he used Hermosa. Then he used Tokelon, and he got a trademark on it, one of the first trademarks issued by the US government. It has been used to mean different things over different times. It's like an amusement park, a college, a golf course. Those are not the name of the place. If they move, it goes with them. They should just never move. Naming it Tokelon Creek would violate the US board's rules. Plain and simple. Now, a couple of very brief points. The chairperson mentioned his letters of support. Those were all done when they all thought we consented, and we didn't. And that was the whole previous dispute before the US board. So they all thought Robert Mondavi wanted it. So yes, the Napa County Board of Supervisors says, oh, that's a great idea. They had no problem with that. They mentioned the alluvial fans. It's not called Tokelon. It was never called Tokelon. Dr. Howell, the geologist, did not name it Tokelon alluvial fan. If you read his letter, he actually called it the Oakville North fan. He didn't even recommend Tokelon Creek. He just wanted it to have a name. The map the chairperson displayed, just so you know, that's inaccurate. The labels of Doak Creek as a tributary, those were put on. So what I'm going to encourage you all is that this is a complex issue and facts matter. And yes, documentation matters. We just can't take things on face value as they are said. So I'm happy to spend as much time in this as y'all would like at any point. We're always going to be available. As I said, I did a 7-day trial about the history of Tokelau, where the court ended up enjoining someone who was using it because it's not geographically descriptive and it is a trademark. So we'll send our slides over. We'll make ourselves available at any time. We think Doe Creek is perfectly appropriate. In our slides, we show why it's appropriate. Short answer, the guy owned all the land basically through which the creek runs, and it's been used for a long time. But I do encourage you to review the letters, all of which statements are documented. There was no consent. We have sworn declarations that—
Mr. Marone?
We're over time. I apologize. So
Yes.
anyways, we stand available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Marone. And I will absolutely provide all of those letters that describe the court cases and all the the discussion that Mr. Marone just alluded to. And Mr. Marone, you are welcome to submit more, although we already have quite a bit, but if there's more new information, you can submit that as well. So any other points of discussion or questions from the committee members before we move on? Anything you'd like to see brought forward? And I know you haven't read all the information and you don't even know if it's in there. So please, like, if there's anything that this discussion brought to your mind, we can talk about it right now. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and defer this case to August.
Thank you, Tiffany.
And in the meantime, I'll provide everybody with a link of all the documentation. Okay, so moving forward, we have the off of review list 346, we've got the unnamed feature to be named Oak Springs. And this is another one of Clayton's cases. So Kira, I'm going to ask you to read your digest version, if that's okay. And because we're just going to defer this, but we'll treat it like a new case where we'll just kind of bring it forward for any discussion points or anything that people would like to see researched, like we did with the previous case, the Reisler Buttes.
Thank you. Okay. This proposal is to make official the name Oak Springs for a small unincorporated community in southwestern San Bernardino County. This is 10 miles southeast of Apple Valley at the site of a spring named Oak Spring. The proponent reports that the proposed name has been used for 100 years to refer to the area, is used in several business names, and believes that establishing an official name for the community will distinguish it from the larger town of Apple Valley. A number of photos show the name Oak Springs on handmade signs in the area, though published use was not found in county records.
Great, thanks, Kira. So the proponent of this case actually had submitted a previous proposal that we dealt with a couple of years ago called Butt Rock, and I believe we approved it. You get to say all these names on air. It's kind of embarrassing in a group like this, public out there. But so on this Oak Springs, it's San Bernardino County again, and they dealt with their response the same way they did with Reisler Butte, where they had no opinion and they felt like it wasn't their place to have an opinion. The ranch and family community is pretty small. It's not really a town. So there's going to be some discussion on this when we bring it back up again. Basically, it's a campground, some cabins and ranches. I think a question will come up: how much of that the proponent family owns? I believe they call it the gateway to the BLM land. So they're next to lots of public land. So James, we might get you involved in this. You might be off the hook because it's not on BLM land, but we'll see how that goes. Does
Tiffany,
yeah.
I have a question. Isn't this an administrative name?
Oh, because it's a
community? Yes.
Yeah, that's a good question. That might kill it right there, right? But it did get through onto the review list, so.
Yeah, but I don't understand that. Was it explained?
I'll be honest, I didn't really read much about it because I was expecting Clayton to talk about it. Do you want to look at the review list right now and explore that a little more?
I don't know. That's fine. Whatever you choose. I'm just questioning why we are even reviewing this name, if it's an administrative name.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get our team to look into that. Our team. Now it's more than just the committee member, it's the team. I love it. Got the whole library group. And of course, that'll be a question that we'll be asking Jenny and Matt.
Do you see Matt's
Matt's
comment
on
there?
Yeah.
Is his hand up?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he made a comment, yeah.
Oh, okay. Ah, it's unincorporated. So that's how it landed on us. It's not a incorporated, census incorporated area.
The comment from Matt O'Donnell, BGN staff, is unincorporated place names are under BGN purview.
Does that answer your question, Jim?
Yes, I learned something today.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Any other comments? Okay, with that, then we will go ahead and defer this case. Okay, just a time check. 11:39. We could plow through the next case, see how long that takes. I don't think we're going to make it through the next two cases before lunch, I suspect. How's everybody doing? See, if we were all in the same room, I could take everyone's temperature way easier.
Oh, I'm doing good.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Rich. I needed something.
Yeah,
all good here.
Appreciate that.
This is the other Rich chiming in.
Yeah.
Leonard Creek is probably a shorter case than Johnson Canyon. If you wanted to fit something in right before noon.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Let's move on to Leonard Creek. Yes.
Either way, I don't know how much Janine was going to chime in here. I just wanted to give her to get her opinion on what she wants to do.
Janine, are you good with that, with going with the quicker one first?
Janine, we're not hearing you. I saw you unmuted yourself.
I don't see her in the panelists list, actually.
Oh, she's on my gallery view.
Oh, she took a break, maybe at the very wrong time.
Oh,
there she is.
Great. Janine, did you hear that? Or
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I have dual mute and I unmuted one. Sorry. So yeah, I am happy to go to Leonard Creek and happy to read the paragraph. And Rich, I would love to defer to you for the higher level discussion.
I want your comfort level to be good on your last day here.
First and last day. It's,
yeah.
Yeah. So Leonard Creek, a currently unnamed feature. The proposal is to name a 2.1 mile long tributary of the North Yuba River in Sierra County in the Tahoe National Forest, Leonard Creek. The name would commemorate Dr. J. Paul Leonard, who lived from 1901 to 1995. And he was a president of San Francisco State University and developed the university's Sierra Nevada field campus, which is located approximately 1.5 miles southwest of the mouth of the stream.
Thanks, Janine. Rich?
Is there a map?
That's
Hang on, we could bring up the
topo,
the GNIS, or do you have something, Rich?
that's big. I have nothing to share. I'm running on 2 computers at the same time here, which is interesting. I have maps like this that probably nobody can see in the world, correct? I would think not. So if you have something you can share,
Let me work on it. I don't, but I can probably pull up something up.
You know what 7.5 it is on? I don't have the review list.
Oh, it's an unnamed feature, so it's going to be harder to find.
Well, I know where the campus is, and pretty familiar with that area.
it is on the Clio quad, CLIO.
Clio.
Clio. Oh, very
Yes.
nice. Not
Yeah,
Clio.
I had a relative that lived in Clio.
I've got the USGS viewer up, but if I share my screen, Jim, you're going to have to guide me to where to go.
Go
Do you want to try that?
Getmaps.com. I mean, TopoView. You can just pick the quad out.
It is very near Haskell Peak, Haskell.
Right, and there's a Haskell Creek there also, is there not?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
Oh, it's up on the North Fork of the Yuba. It's south of Gold Lake. You gotta go south, further south.
I have the review list open if you need coordinates.
Between the Middle Fork and the Middle Fork of the Feather and North Fork of the Yuba.
Am I getting close?
It'd be hard to.
Yeah, you're getting close.
Is it near the buttes?
Highway 49. It's
Highway 49.
on Highway 49 is where the campus is. And if you look at I got my pointer on it, if you can see, you see Volcano Lake? Upper Sardine, Lower Sardine?
It is right above Sierra Buttes, Volcano Lake.
It's actually, the campus is on Highway 49 on the North Yuba River, up from where Salmon Creek joins the North Fork of the Yuba River. It's upstream from that. Yes, you go upstream.
Dead Man Lake is referenced in the description, northeast of Dead Man Lake.
A little to the east. A
Is it
little to
this?
the north. Northeast.
Oh, this?
Getting close.
Okay, Howard Creek. Okay, now where you see the number 49 for the highway, yes, the campus is right there, right on the creek, to the right of that.
Is it this creek?
No,
No.
Still northeast for the proposal.
I'm gonna interject and say that the proposal says that it is northeast of Dead Man Lake, which is on your screen currently.
Correct. Yes. Go north and northeast. Now
further?
North.
Oh, Haskell.
There's Haskell Creek. Yeah, it's upstream from that, I guess.
It says southeast of Haskell Peak.
Haskell Peak.
Haskell Peak is further to the north. Yeah.
So it is south.
It looks like it's that the dotted, just to the east of Haskell Creek, the creek that has the dotted line, and the creek is running north-south. Yeah, that one.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
So right here. So it's
Yes.
pretty long. So Haskell Peak is like the watershed or the headwaters.
Yes. Well, to help out here, that's good to get some framework here. It's not in a heavily populated area. It flows into the North Yuba River there. We did ask our local Forest Service group, and on this particular one, they did not come with a support or or they didn't recommend approval or disapproval. They kind of punted. Unfortunately, this happens from time to time. They have no objection to it. Nobody in our forest office had anything to add. Starting from there, and oftentimes for the rest of the group, we in our process in the Forest Service, when something comes onto a docket list, we go out to our forest and give them usually as much time until the next CACGN meeting to give us an opinion. And for various reasons, and this has not been a great year for getting opinions back, the two things, fire seasons and an entire year now of COVID, this geographic names is it's very difficult for our folks to find time and be administratively together to give us decent answers. Given that, this is one that they elected not to, they have no objection to it. They're fine with it. And this is one where I think we should look at, there is some association with feature. Mr. Leonard, it was just down a couple miles down to the southwest. He did have some association with working, and I forget exactly, no, I've got it up over here. He worked on the recreation program, the leadership program, this camp area. So there is some local association, which is good to see. It's one plus. It's a minor feature. That's another thing we typically look at. So yeah, we're not being very helpful. I just look at it now, since our administrative side, the U.S. Forest Service, does not have an opinion really, that we can look at it straightly for a use the PPP and see how it fits against our policies.
I think for our policies, we didn't see any issue with the Leonard part of it. We've talked about this case a couple times in the past, and we're basically, I think our decision was kind of hinging on the U.S. Forest Service input, and they're not being very helpful.
We're not being very helpful. Is correct. Yeah, nobody took the time to put thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah. So, I mean, Mr. Paul Leonard does have some association with the area as far as his contribution to the campus. So, and it's such a remote area.
Let's see.
And a small stream.
Intermittent for sure. Very small stream.
Yeah, and it seems like Paul Leonard was a fairly upstanding person. He was the president of San Francisco State University, developed the campus, the Sierra Nevada Field Campus. So from our perspective, he's got influence on the area, and positive influence, education, learning.
This is one where we typically match the contribution, occasionally the prominence of a feature or proximity to a populated area where a lot of people see it does enter into the discussion. It is minor. I don't think there's any huge need to have a name for this feature. The two creeks next to it each have slightly more prominent, I believe, have names. I'm not greatly opinionated on this one either. In typical fashion, I like to be a little tougher on commemorative names, period. I just think that we should raise the bar, and on a couple of the others, I'll make comments like that. But this is not a purely, Mr. Leonard bought some property and thus, thinks that because he owns some property, he should be able to name the creek. He did have contribution to the area. And obviously the proponent, this is one where we'd love to talk to the proponent again and get him to talk a little bit more, but he's obviously just wanting to commemorate who he felt was a fine individual.
He actually he's been at our meetings before, and he actually might be online. We'll see if he's interested in speaking at the end of our discussion.
That'd be great.
I was going to bring up. Let's see, I think this is the right one. Okay, so here's the policy on commemorative names from the BGN. There's an association with the landscape, and that he was out there. He set up this educational camp, environmental camp. I guess for people that are new to this, to use a commemorative name.
Yeah.
I don't usually talk this much, by the way.
This is a change for you.
It is, yes. The person that's being commemorated has to have been dead for at least 5 years. Mm-hmm. So if it's that,
yep.
Of course, that's like the minimum. Mm-hmm. And they should have a direct long-term association with the feature or have made a significant contribution to the area. And it's even better if they've made that contribution in the area where the name is being proposed. So it fits all that criteria. Actually goes on. The commemorating proposal can be of someone of national and international recognition. That
does not apply. No. Number 4 doesn't apply.
And nor
Number
does
5 doesn't. It's just Leonard Creek rather than Paul J. Leonard Creek. Yeah.
I did have a question. Has anyone asked his, and I assume he had kids or, those that are still alive who are related to him, what they thought?
I think the proponent is related to him. I forget now. I should know.
Who is the proponent?
Michael Nicholas from Davis, California.
Yeah, he came to a couple of our meetings and briefly spoke. Yeah, he mostly has just sat and listened.
I think I remember.
Yeah. I think he's got a personal interest in naming in general.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments to contributions?
Yeah.
Janine, did you have a thought on how you wanted to go with this as far as like a recommendation?
Well, to me, it seems like it meets the criteria for a commemorative name because the person had influence on the area. He's been deceased for more than 25 years. There are no nearby features that include Leonard in the name, and it's not an area that is densely populated. So the effect on people if they're familiar with the area, would be minimal. So to me, it seems like a good, and the Forest Service is not against it. So to me, it seems like it would be a good one to approve.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Does anyone else have any comments?
I think another one, whereas there's so many new people to the group here, what we do, often we look at precedents about how we've treated other similar names. Sometimes we only look back a year, which is always a mistake, but look over as you get experience, you see a number of names at what level we go to, and because some are more frivolous, some can just be, oh, I own this piece of land. Well, we all know Benny Hill, which was a frivolous one, a landowner in Sonoma or Napa Valley, I believe. And
Lake County, yeah.
They thought it was kind of cute to name, it's a little bump on the land surface, hardly anything. And it was just a cute thing. Well, we turned that one down. There was Benny Hill, the comedian, obviously had no association with the feature. So that one does not meet. I'm trying to think of some other good, the idea of precedent as an educational thing for our new group here. The level we go to, Mr. Leonard here negotiated a lease, it says. I'm not 100% sure how active he personally was with being out there. We're basing our whole decision based on a paragraph in the review list. But it talks about the camp and how big it is and stuff, and he negotiated a lease. So he championed it, but he was a great guy, but we have many great guys. So I'm citing both sides here just for precedence. You could go this way, could go that way. There's nothing negative here. So if we found something negative, we'd probably be leaning against. Sometimes we've talked about back in previous BGN leans about, oh, let's name it. Let's put some more names on the land. And then other people would say, oh, why do we need another name on the land? There's no particular need to be naming this feature. And how we deal, we often cite things based on precedents from a case from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or in the past. So that's still being non-committal. Forest Service still not recommending anything.
Yeah, kind of to your point, Rich, there's a lot of dead people out there that would like to be commemorated. So I kind of agree that, like, if you're going to use someone's name, they really do need to have a lot of influence, and hopefully positive influence on that area. And
I like us to be consistent. Consistency is a great thing for our committee.
I could just interject a little bit. I visit that area every summer and have been for many, many years. And the only thing that I can see that's kind of different is that it is very minor feature. I drive down Highway 49 from Yuba Pass to Bassett's and every summer, and a lot of times North Fork of the Yuba River is very low. There's very little water. Haskell Creek, Chapman Creek. There's a campground at Chapman. There's a little bit of water there, but this creek, I'm sure it probably has a culvert to go under Highway 49. I don't think there's a bridge, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be named. I'm just saying that it's a very minor feature from my experience in the area. It's not against it. It's just saying that it's a minor feature, very minor feature.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to think. You're the perfect guy, Jim, for knowing some of the the precedence about the, you know, from our poorest decision of naming a minor feature for somebody up to, you know, our best decisions. So
Right. Well, I do remember Roger Payne, who was USGS staff, and he used to always say, no feature is too minor to have a name. So he was a big proponent of seeing names put on features.
Yeah.
It seemed. And I've always held that. You know, I understand that the BGN is open to anything, any feature having a name. So it's not a strike against it. It's just to make note of that. But the San Francisco campus is operating every summer. They have summer classes there. And I have not participated in some of those classes, but some of them are community classes like art classes, where they're very close to a lot of beautiful Forest Service land, lakes and stuff. And they do hold things like art classes as well as nature study and so forth. So it's a going concern. There are structures there, and they serve meals. I haven't stayed in any of the little cabins and everything, but it is an operating campus, and it also serves the local community.
It says there's a Peace Corps training camp and a disadvantaged youth camp. That definitely, those are both very community oriented. And, you know, it's possible that if we disapprove this name, someone's going to come along and try a different name. So, you know, this one might be more appropriate than the next one that comes along.
There's that. Yeah. Well, I had, you know, one of the things here, I guess, just from looking at experience, and you know, I don't see anything wrong with this one. He's a good guy. He is nature oriented. I like that. He is not a big agribusiness guy, or, you know, some guy that, you know, he's in the right ballpark in his curriculum to me for the area. So on flipping my coin, I'm going to leave it up to Janine to propose whatever she would like to do in her final time here. We didn't work much on this one. Janine and I talked about Johnson Canyon a little bit more, but you know, I think the Forest Service definitely can live with this one. He is in the right frame of mind for recreation and nature and things like that. So I'll give it over to Janine, with the Forest Service leaning to saying this one would be just fine.
Well,
I feel like it seems like maybe the only real negative would be to say maybe not all features need to be cluttered with names, but
yeah,
it does seem like this is a really good one. So what is as a new member, what is the procedure for what happens next?
You make a recommendation.
Yeah, so let's see if there's any public opinion first. Is there anyone out there in the public that would you like to raise your hand and comment?
There's currently no hands raised.
No hands raised. Okay. So basically, Janine, what you're going to do is make your recommendation. So I recommend to approve in this case. And then you have to get a motion on that. And one of us will second it, and then we all vote.
Okay. I recommend that we approve naming this unnamed stream that's 2.1 miles long in Tahoe National Forest with the name Leonard Creek to commemorate Dr. J. Paul Leonard. Yeah, that's it.
Nicely put, because we're going to have to tell BGN why we approve this if we vote to approve it.
That is another good point. We again, I'm trying to be on an early case here, which is a rather simple case. These are the type of things we do. We say we approve it, and then whoever's taking notes, gives a reason, and BGN is looking for that. They would like to know, why were you thumbs up or thumbs down? What discussion was there? So that stuff.
Okay. And should that be officially said now, or can it come from the previous discussion?
Well, does the note now, do we have an official note taker?
We do. Kira.
Okay.
I'm taking the minutes.
Yeah, so when somebody is doing the official meeting notes, and sometimes we do a lousy job of that in the past. I've seen some where we did this and I said, we did what and why? It's really pretty off. But then capturing a couple points about why we did what we did is important for us to state. And maybe occasionally I've seen people ask, okay, do we have that documented for the note taker? And after a while, you as the note taker will get more experienced about what you're looking for.
And we'll often clarify after the vote has been tallied what the reasons are that we are approving this or disapproving it, just to make sure that that's captured properly. So,
and I will refer back to the video if needed to make sure that I am correctly representing what you have discussed.
Okay, and sometimes it's not always clear either, so you can ask us for clarification when we're done voting.
Absolutely.
I'll second the motion. So now, Janine, you ask all in favor.
All in favor of the name Leonard Creek?
Now, how do we do this on video?
There we go.
Do we raise hands?
Oh, sure. Perfect. So all in favor, raise hands. Is that what we're doing?
You might want to, just a suggestion when we've had to do this before in the past, you basically go through roll call again and say A or nay, kind of.
Okay.
That would probably be a better way.
We'll do that too. Let me find my list so I make sure I don't miss anybody. Oh, I'm gonna stop sharing.
That will help.
Sorry, you guys. Instead of shuffling through papers, I'm shuffling through files on my computer.
Would you like me to ask?
Sure.
The roster,
because I think I closed that file. That would be fabulous.
Quite all right. For the record, Clayton Garrod is not at this meeting. Next on the list, I have Daniel Walsh.
Approve.
Approve. Next on the list, Richard Liss.
I vote yes, approved.
Okay. Janine Bird, you proposed the recommendation, so that isn't approved. Tiffany Meyer, you seconded.
Recommend to approve.
Christina Snyder.
Approve.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca Went, representing Greg Lucas.
Approved.
Thank you. Susan Anderson.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Okay, so that is 6 out of 8 with essentially 2 abstentions.
So that's the majority, right? So we approve it. We've recommended to approve it. And the reasoning is that, actually, Janine, I'll have you summarize that because you had it nicely summarized for Kira.
The name commemorates a person who had an influence in the area. He's been deceased for more than 25 years. There are no nearby features that include the name Leonard. And the population of the area is low enough that not a lot of people would be influenced by a name change.
Great, thank you. So with that, yay, we have one off the list. That's so exciting.
Wow, that is really exciting.
Thanks for leaving us with that, Janine. Okay, so it's afternoon. I bet everyone's getting antsy. I know I am. So let's go ahead and take an hour break. Let's come back at 1:15 to pick up the next cases. Thanks for everyone's attention.
I just brought the slide down. I'm not trying to make you guys start right now. And I did press mute all on everybody, so you'll have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, James.
Yep.
Thanks for that reminder, James. I was trying to talk to myself, apparently. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. It is just 1:15. It's hard to tell who's actually here. It doesn't look like Janine's back yet, and we need her up to the next process or proposal. So we'll just give her a minute or two to get back. And I didn't prepare for this one at all, so I don't feel comfortable describing it.
Yeah, I think Rich can help out a little bit here.
Yay.
Maybe. Yeah. I've got a couple more little processy things. Just I'm kind of that way, just getting us on a proper process and things that'll help out.
Absolutely.
I just called Matt O'Donnell and shared a message with Jenny, and just little things about how we're doing. And
great.
I don't know when. Sometimes I don't know when to bring it up, and a big meeting, a small meeting, or yeah.
Is there something you want to talk about right now?
Well, I'm trying to think about whether to wait for some more people to get on, and it might, at least our new members.
Yeah.
Some process things. So
okay.
I'll wait just a minute. Yeah, I would like just a couple minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
But
sounds good.
But cut me off after that.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't have any fillers. Anyone have a good joke?
Yeah. There were three guys in a bar wondering what to name. No. What to name a feature? No.
And they were still trying to decide the next day.
I'm one of those can't tell a joke well people, so yeah. I don't dare.
That's the way I am too.
I can never remember them. Some people have about 20 jokes in their hip pocket and can just rattle them up. And I think, oh, that may be funny or not or something. I can't remember it. Could never repeat it.
I know you hear it and you're like, wow, that was so great. They can be really simple, but just like resonate and then like poof, out the window. Yeah, we can't really tell if people are back or not.
It just says number of participants. But I don't know if that doesn't mean you're there.
No.
You have people that raise their hand if they're back in the, something like that. Sometimes I've seen that done on.
Oh, that's things. A good idea.
Especially the hand raising thing. I can't find the hand.
Oh, good, Rich.
So the other option that I had is I asked folks to just unmute themselves when they come back, so we can see based on who's got the little mute icon.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that sounds good. And really, it's mainly the committee members. Not that everyone else is less important, but since they're the voting members, I don't want to get started until everyone's back.
Oh, can you tell me where the hand is? Where is that hand?
So it's at the bottom of the screen.
It's on the bottom row where your stop video and your chat and your share screen are.
You might have to roll your mouse down there for it to pop up. And then when you roll your mouse down, you'll get a couple of options.
Do you see where share screen is?
Yeah.
Right next to it ought to be raise hand.
Really? It's not there on mine for some weird reason.
It's not on mine.
So I have an older version too. It's down at the bottom of the participant list. If I click on participants, then there's like 3 little buttons there that say invite, mute, raise hand. That's another place where.
Oh, okay, yeah. If I
Did you
click
find
on the three dots, then I see raise hand.
Yeah, you guys might want to update your clients when you get a chance next time you open up Zoom.
How do you
Can you
do
see-
that?
Can you see
So,
my hand raise?
so when you first open up Zoom, not while you're in a meeting,
All
in
right.
the upper right hand corner, there's where your account would be that you were logged in. There's an option to check for updates there, and it'll download the newest updates and install for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we know Daniel's back, Richard, Clayton's not here.
Oh, there's lower hand. Okay.
Christine, well, Rebecca, looks like you're here because your mute's off.
True.
Yay. Susan, so the only person I'm not sure about is Christina.
I'm here.
Oh, Christina. Oh, and then Janine, are you here yet?
The crucial one, since this is one of her cases.
Well, for the sake of time, we could just review Oakland Hills. We're not going to be able to vote on that. Does that sound like a good way to go? Just because we still have a lot to cover, which we're not going to get through everything, but at least we get something checked off the list.
Sounds good to do.
Okay, let's do it. Let me find my notes. Okay, so Oakland Hills was proposed as a renaming of the Berkeley Hills, and this has sort of been, well, this has been in the wings for a while. It was proposed in 2017, and one of the sticking points is that we can't figure out what that area looks like. So Matt from BGN has spent quite a bit of time trying to map it out based on the proposal, and I've spent a bit of time. We've had some discussions during previous committee meetings, and we have one of our previous committee members grew up down there. Jim Trumley's got a lot of roots from the Berkeley area, Oakland area. So, but still, all those heads put together, we couldn't feel comfortable with what we were drawing. So it's sort of been in this stalemate, and I am going to, let's see, I gotta get back in this screen share mode. Okay, so I'm gonna show you this beautiful piece of artwork, this map. The red line is the one that Matt drew, and just to kind of orient you guys a little bit, here's Oakland. And there's a lot of towns in this area: Piedmont, Berkeley, Orinda, Moraga. It crosses 2 counties, a whole bunch of towns. And, there's a lot of history in this area, so we really want to get it right. The yellow line is the one that I drew. I thought it was supposed to be a little bigger. And then a lot of it hinges on the tunnel fire too, or not. The area that we're trying to draw doesn't hinge on the tunnel fire, but the renaming. The 1991 tunnel fire is commonly called the Oakland Hills fire, and that's this right here. The idea is that Berkeley Hills will still stay part of it'll keep its name, but it's just going to shrink. So it'll just be up in this area, and then the Oakland Hills will take on the larger Oakland area portion. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So we can look at the proposal real quick. I think. Yeah. Okay.
Context while Tiffany is pulling that up. This is one of the longest proposals that we have on the docket right now. I believe it comes in at 5 pages, and it does include several maps. BGN did quite a bit of research before it came down to us, it looks like. So looks like Tiffany's almost got it up.
Yeah, thanks, Kira. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to go through all of it. I'll just skip through little bits and pieces because we are going to be revisiting this. I'll explain. There's a plan coming up on this one. So the description is very verbal. It's a woman from the area, from Oakland, who is the proponent. She's named a lot of the towns. Let's see, I'm getting kind of lost here. These are the references where you can find these names on different historical
I don't
maps.
mean to interrupt, Tiffany, but since I don't have a copy of this in front of me, I have to rely on your summary. And I feel like I'm missing a lot of information by not seeing these proposals. The second thing is, could you mention who I'd like to know who the proponents are, not just a woman, if that's possible.
Sure, yeah, it's Mary Mazzocco. People don't always tell us who they are. I believe I have reached out to her. She's not been very interactive. I think she's like a retired community college professor or something like that, but I could be wrong. We don't have information on her. And the email that she had submitted the proposal under was no longer active, so it took me a really long time to reach her, and I was trying to get her to give us more input on the area that she's proposing to change to Oakland Hills. And when I did finally reach her, she just said that she supports the area. Let's see what, shoot, I'd have to go back and look at the email. I don't remember what she said exactly, but it wasn't very informative. And sorry, Susan, I don't have a lot of background on her.
I would also like to add to that. I feel like just based on the fact that we're trying to make this a bit more stakeholder oriented and get more of the public engagement, I would also appreciate getting sort of kind of like with legislative analysis, a little bit more detail on who's supporting and whether there's any opposition that we might want to take into consideration, just flagging for the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so for this proposal, we have not sent out letters yet because, so basically the BGN would send out the generic letters to the counties and the cities that are involved. But because we're having such a hard time identifying what this area would be, we haven't made that move yet. And it got stalled out because we couldn't reach the proponent to get confirmation on the area. And so it's just sat. So I guess the summary on this particular case is that
I have to say, I don't understand why we're moving forward with this. If there's one person who is not that reliable, what are we doing? Why aren't we voting and turning this down? It's not as if there's some kind of momentum behind it, and why is the government spending its time figuring out what the geography is? Why, if we've got a proposal where people haven't perhaps done enough work or research to provide that, I don't understand why we're even considering this.
We're giving it our due diligence, and at the least we do need to reach out to the local governments to get their opinions. And I suspect when the local governments do receive their letters to get their opinions, it might hit the news because, you know, this is such a highly populated area, and I don't think it's even very controversial. There's a lot of usage, local usage of that area to be called Oakland Hills, like the tunnel fire, and then there's a lot of maps that refer to it. Actually, I might have misstated that. I have to look at maps. But it's got local usage. So we do need to do our due diligence. And so basically what's happening at the BGN level is it's going to get relisted and reproposed. And so Matt O'Donnell from the BGN is going to make his last ditch effort to identify the area on a map. And then since it was originally listed, some of the BGN's policies on how to outreach to tribes has changed a bit. So now they blanket letters out to all tribes within the state, I believe, just letting them know that this proposal's out there. And in the past, they'd only reach out to the tribes within the area. So it will fall under that new process that the BGN uses with this new listing of the proposal. And then also now that Matt is sticking to this mapped area, he knows which cities to reach out to. So he'll send letters out to the cities that are involved in the new proposal. And he'll also reach out to the proponent to see if she agrees with the region. So that's kind of where that stands. It's going to get pushed off. So we're not going to talk much more about it today, but it will come up again. Yeah.
Also add, for a process standpoint, given that we've also incorporated an active tribal consultation component to this, that we should start including that as well. And the Heritage Commission can help with that by kind of doing geolocation and you know, giving a list of tribes that should be talked to as well. I think Rich is going to talk about that in a little bit, but just want to flag.
Yeah, that sounds great. And because the BGN only reaches out to this federally listed tribes. So there's obviously quite a few smaller ones that haven't gone through that process, and especially in this area, right? So that's a great point.
Can I interject just a second, Tiffany? Susan asked the question of not having the full detail of the proposal. I want to make sure she knows that this is available online and that you can get it easily by going to USGS domestic names. And under that, you'll see quarterly review list. And you just press that, and then you can check the one that it's on. And all of this, if it, like the Oakland Hills, it has maps and a lot of discussion, that's all available to the public and to the committee members. So I just want to make sure you knew that.
Oh, I really appreciate that because I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Jim. Sorry about that, Susan. So yeah, that's where I pulled it up. I went in here and I saw that it was review list 428. So I was able just to click on review list 428 and
they're listed alphabetical by state. So California is near the top of the alphabet, so it's usually pretty easy to get to it right away.
Great. Yeah, we all got this case digest sent to us by email, but now I know that there's this database there that I can look
in
at.
depth. And so the digest is based off of these review lists. It's just filtered down to make it easier to read in case you don't have the time to go find all the review lists.
We did hope that we would be able to post links to the individual documents on the CACGN website prior to this meeting. We were not able to get that done. But on the future digests, there will be a link to the BGN review list page so that you can find those more easily.
Thanks, Kira. So basically with that, this could take a little while. So the next quarterly list is not going to come out till this summer. It may or may not hit that list. I think there's like a 60-day period where it gets reviewed. So we may or may not see this in August. So with that, I would like to defer the Oakland Hills case.
Noted.
Has Janine joined us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Are you ready to move on to Johnson Canyon?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, let's head into Johnson Canyon.
Okay. So For Johnson Canyon, this is in Nevada County. The former name is Negro Canyon. So this is a proposal to change the name of Negro Canyon, a 1.2 mile long valley in Nevada County, to Johnson Canyon. The name is intended to commemorate Albert Johnson, a well-known and respected resident of the area during the late 1800s. The proposed name Johnson Canyon is already in use by the Truckee Donner Land Trust, which in 2006 purchased 280 acres in Negro Canyon.
Thanks. So let's see, this has been on the list for a couple of years. And let me see if I can get the map. Oh. Let me get those boxes. I don't know how to get rid of those. Go away, box.
Just zoom in.
That.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, it doesn't like that. I have to live with the box.
Does that maybe show cell boundary, that checkbox at the top of the page?
Thank you. Takes a whole committee to run this meeting. Okay, so it's renaming of Negro Canyon, and we're basically waiting for Forest Service input because it's on Forest Service land, managed land, and it's in Nevada County. Rich, do you have anything for us?
Yes, I do. But I was going to let Janine take the whole thing here and just run with it. Just kidding, Janine.
You know, if it hadn't been my last week where I was scrambling to get everything else together, I would be much more on board with this. So I apologize.
It's very hard. We were talking about geographic names humor, and there just isn't any there. Yeah.
That's anyway, the humor right there.
Yeah, this one I've been dealing with for a while and trying to gather up what we should look at. Good job reading off the docket level. Early on in the process, we did talk to our local forest people, and I forget exactly how, but I did get tied in with the Truckee Donner Land Trust people, which actually in this area, and this map doesn't show land ownership. This feature, we also have, by the way, in this proposal, a question of application of name, just to let everybody know. And that means, again, kind of like Oakland Hills, how far does this name go? What does it apply to? How is it applied to the land? So there's a side question on that. But anyway, early on, we tied in with Truckee Donner Land Trust, and I talked to their executive director and then another person, and they have been. It is a subject in the area, obviously with a name like Negro Canyon. And by the way, we did look at some of the similarities to Negro Bar, which has certainly got a lot more news item in the Sacramento area, of course, in between both the state park name or recreation area, and the geographic feature, which has already had a decision, and statewide. But in this area is the general consensus through both the Forest Service and Truckee Donner Land Trust is that they do feel that this name is not, I don't know exactly I think we need to sort of discuss it. It's not fitting for the area. So both the Truckee Donner Land Trust and the U.S. Forest Service support changing the name. Online, you'll see they've noted they've already would refer to it as politically incorrect Negro Canyon, in a website or something and things like that. I have found none, and none of the other stakeholders have found any champions of keeping the name as is. So therefore, and I have a letter of support. I don't know whether I handed it on Janine. I always wonder about process of getting, I have this lovely document.
Well, we can't see you. Here,
no, and I didn't expect you to see it. I have you didn't read it?
I heard the rattle of paper.
Yeah, I'm like, oh wait, what are we missing?
If I hold it up longer, will you be able to read it? No. Forwarding these things to the actual member on the CACGN, a lot of times I would pass it around the table at a meeting here, but now I think I need to up the bar a little bit to share any documents I get and things like that. Because Tiffany, I don't believe this would have been one of Saul's cases, right?
Yeah.
So I may have passed it on to him, but I can't remember. Okay. But in any way, I can officially say that both the Forest Service and the Truckee Donner Land Trust are in big support of changing the name to Johnson Canyon. Let's see. I almost could read it. It's almost short enough.
Wait, sorry, Rich, you said they are in support of changing the name to Johnson Canyon, not just changing the name?
Oh, yes, changing to Johnson Canyon.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe the letter that Rich has, he did send me a copy. So the forest supervisor says, I give my strong support to change the name of Negro Canyon to Johnson Canyon on the Truckee Ranger District.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
One of the things I would like to say is I'm in regular touch, and I am right now, with the president of the Nevada County Historical Society. And part of the reason I'm in touch with her right now is because she's assisting me with some research that I'm doing for an exhibition at CAM on Buffalo Soldier history in California. And there's an important person who married someone when he was garrisoned at the San Francisco Presidio, whose family were pioneers, a Black family who were pioneers in Nevada County. And she's a really wonderful researcher, and we're working with local archives. And I think it's wonderful that the Forest Service and the Land Trust have their support for this, but I would also like to get some historical perspective, just because I'm ignorant. I don't know who the Johnsons are, and I also don't know their place in the history and the overall community. So I don't think this is, I'd like there to be a little more generous information about why the Johnsons, more about their place in the overall community, and more about that very significant African-American pioneer population that had an impact on Nevada County. The other thing is that for me, there is a kind of, it's a tricky issue. I understand that there's some people that feel that, names like Negro Bar or Negro Canyon are derogatory names. And they actually, Negro in most of these maps was a correction of the N-word that used to be on, that's, anytime you see Negro on a map, it's a correction of the N-word. So, and it's a reflection of what the white population named these areas. if there were African American residents, they did not call these places by those names. My only question is, when we do this, so say that the ultimate decision is that this place is named Johnson Canyon, I don't want to lose, you know, the information that can help people understand that there was a cultural component to this natural place, and that there were people who had an impact to help transform the area. So that's kind of a conundrum that I've experienced watching other, you know, like the change that was made up in northern LA County from what was the N-word mountain to Ballard Mountain, and to reflect the Ballard, John Ballard and the Ballard family. But we interestingly, by trying to reform the racism and then place names, we might also be losing some historical content that I would like to figure out ways of preserving.
Yeah, well put, Susan. That makes a lot of sense.
Definitely so. And I think that comes up in a lot of the stories we have through Native American names as well. It's stories that we need to incorporate. What we do in geographic names is oftentimes we get a singular proposal that we have to react to. And I think Tiffany at the beginning of the meeting talked about whether we should at some point do a different kind of thing, looking a step back and look at a whole landscape and look for not only derogatory names, but also preserving history names, preserving the stories of people and those kind of things.
Yeah, and not to get us too far off track, but well, the oh gosh, the Department of Interior Secretary Holland, the Department of Interior, she's making an effort to come up with that list of derogatory names across the nation, and there's talk that she'll ask for those to be changed within 5 years. But it's one thing to find those names, and to Susan's point, it's another thing to figure out what to replace them with properly to maintain that history. So like even a 5-year span sounds way too short to figure that out to do the right kind of research to tie the name to the history.
Yeah. So, but that's a good point. I do have some information here, and somehow I'm still into sharing information and getting it around to where people can all see it, and that we have a depository for putting this kind of stuff.
Could you send it to me and Kira, and well, usually whoever the committee member is that's following the case. Although since we're losing Janine, maybe just keep it to Kira and I, and then we'll incorporate it into the documentation that will be shared with the group.
Information flow things like that you got into it earlier, but you know, I'm not going to. No, I'll digress too much if I go there. I'm going to cut that one off. What I do have on this one is I do have from a website in research that I've done. You know, it does talk about Mr. Albert Johnson, and it's what other people have written, and we need to always look at what the source was. But this one document reports that Johnson, a well-known and respected resort owner, was initially employed by the Truckee Hotel as a cook, then as a cook on the Lake Tahoe steamer, before becoming an innkeeper in the canyon near Donner Lake. According to historical records, he may also have been a veteran of the Civil War. Johnson was listed in the 1910 U.S. Census as a single literate man who was a hotel keeper. At the resort, Johnson rented out both hotel rooms and cabins to guests. During a heavy snowstorm in 1911, Albert Johnson was stranded in his hotel in the remote canyon. After the storm subsided, he was found ill and transported to County Hospital in Nevada City, where he died at the age of 79.
Well, you know, what I'm recommending and what I'm saying is that we really do need to consult with the Historical Society. And I'd be happy to pass along that information or to get information, because one biography of one guy is not giving us a way to evaluate if this is the right name, or if you know what I'm saying, or if this is the best name. Who is the proponent, by the way, here?
Todd Gregorian.
Okay. And whoever that is, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't
but
know.
Anyway, all I'm saying is that I think just more context, got to have more context to make this decision.
Always, I really agree. It's always desirable. A lot of the decisions we've had to make over the years are always, we always want more. You get one little snippet and you think, oh, well, this is this, but what's the big picture? I really hear you, Susan. It's going to come up again. We have some Chinese immigrant names coming up that are very similar in nature. The same story is going to go through that, an individual versus a contribution by a larger group of folks. So we're always lacking. There's not as much as we'd like. If we all had more time in the day to research this, and I'd like to say that US board does a fair amount of research on doing these things. They're doing a pretty good job, but that it falls to California board members often the
local.
The local person. It's part of the board, California board members' job to make to do that research in all that extra time that you have.
Right.
To go out to local historical societies, that's absolutely one of the things. And I think, again, I'll point to Mr. Trumbley, who has actually had experience longer than any of us with doing this thing, about making ties, knowing the local history of the area, where the folks back in Washington can't know all this, and making the ties with, as much as you can. This is just one, and oftentimes you get one snippet, I'm not going to use this case, but the person, oh, he was a great guy and this and that. And then if you really looked into it, he wasn't so great. If you really looked into it, he has some other sides to him. So we deal with what we have, and we need to make the decision on whether we have a reasonable chance of getting more information. That's why we would defer. A reason say we're going to defer, and this is what we're going to look for, and we're going to try in the next 4 months or so to find something. Or at some point we say, this is the best we've got to go with, and those kinds of things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. This is a case of we do not have enough information, and there is an opportunity to get more information.
Susan, do you think your contact at Nevada County Historical, is it the museum, society would have information that
Yes, she's the one. She really is. Yeah.
So
and I would be happy to. I'm already in touch with her on a regular basis. I'd be happy to pull more information from her, and also put her in touch with anybody else, Janine or whoever needs to be in touch with her. But I'd be glad to, since I'm working with her, I'd be glad to ask her. And also I have a lot of information that she sent me that I still have to go through that may actually include related materials already.
So, okay, so we're losing Janine. How would you feel about taking on this case?
I'd be happy to do
that. That'd be wonderful. Now, with that said, you are going to get a couple other cases by the end of the day.
Yeah.
But this sounds like a really good one for you because you'll be able to digest the information really well, speaking to that person directly.
Oh,
that'd be great.
You beat me to the recommendation, Tiffany.
Well, yeah, that's great. Thank you, Susan.
I would also say that where there are attempts to not displace, certain communities, that we also may want to put that question out of whether an individual or whether a group is more appropriate to those communities to kind of work through, just so that, sometimes one proponent will have, an agenda or an idea of something that might not be totally accurate. So would just suggest having a bit more of that process as well.
Yeah, and I think if I heard you right, that's kind of along the same lines of what we were talking about, right? But maybe expanding it out even more.
Yeah, sort of. But I think a historical society can give us that good historical context for why this person specifically might have come into usage, or why this area might have been called this way because of this historical context. But if the goal is then to preserve the spirit of what that was, so that we preserve the history, understanding whether an individual from that time is representative of that history, or whether more of a community or something of the like would be more appropriate, I think is something that the community itself could probably think about.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I think the Board of Supervisors sort of represents a lot of communities, but that's somewhat superficial, right? But often that's as deep as we'll go.
Yeah. Pretty much a lot of times we're lacking in, we try to get all these resources and we all have that same idea. It'd be great if everybody chime in, but boy, we get a lot of no responses and people that don't have enough time. And it's wonderful when you get finally a great piece of information to go with.
I mean, with all due respect, I don't think a lot of people know that this mechanism has been happening. And so I do want to, when we talk about Board of Supervisors being as far as we go, part of the reason this has been reframed is because there's a lot of folks that are not being represented in places like that. And so we just want to make sure that if, to the extent that we can do that, that we are making this a transparent process where there's more buy-in from the community itself.
Well, and also there's a whole network of historically minded people in California who are if you're doing research on a place, these are the people that you go to. They have the primary sources and they have the local knowledge, and that's got to be our first stop. Where of course we're talking about natural places, but there isn't any natural place that doesn't have a human or in a cultural context. And the people that are keeping tabs on that are the historically minded people in these local areas.
Yeah, and sometimes it's hard to know where to even begin.
No, actually it isn't. There's some of us do this every day.
Great. Well, you're going to be an amazing resource.
Yeah. That could be good.
The last place I would go is the Board of Supervisors. Anywhere, in any county. If I'm going to a county and I want to get, historical background and historical content, it's my job to know where to go.
This is good stuff.
From the comments, Pam Martin just noted that the California State Libraries Department, such as the California History Room, will have a wealth of historical info for this committee too. We have historical records from 1850.
Nice. Sounds
Can I interject on a personal level? I am doing history research on names in the High Sierra, and I've been hoping that the State Library History Room will be open soon. Do you know when it will be open again?
Rebecca, did you want to field that question for us?
Me to field that question. So we will be opening our main reading room by appointment starting June 15th, assuming all is continuing to go well. And so it would depend on the material, might be able to move that to our main reading room, or may wish to wait a little bit longer for appointments in the California History Room.
So that includes the general public then?
It will, yes.
Okay.
And I'd also like to add, on the library's website, we have an Ask a Librarian feature. If you have specific questions, our history room can answer them now.
Nice.
Yes, I've used that many times.
So this is Sue, the of the history section. Yes, please do.
Great. It's a good discussion.
Yeah.
So I'm about ready to defer this, but I don't want to shut down the discussion quite yet. Is there any more comments? And I think this is kind of a long-term discussion that we're having, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, this gets some of the stories that we should weave into a lot of our proposals. This doesn't just stay with this one. It weaves it into a lot of the other proposals we're going to deal with.
Yep.
Yeah.
One thing I'll throw in on this one, another, as we apply the principles, policies, and procedures, whatever the 3 Ps are, of USBGN, there are things we should always go kind of down each one. How does this one apply? Does this one apply? One thing here is that for quite a few years now, the local populace has not been using the name Negro Canyon, because a good number of people, and I'll say good number, I don't know what I'm talking about here, find it offensive. They do not think we should be naming a canyon up in the Sierras this way, but there are differing opinions. What I will say is, through some things online that we found, and Truckee Donner, who is much more locally attuned, this Johnson Canyon actually is being used on websites and things. They have already started using it, so it is gaining what we call local usage, or there might be another word for it too, like so yeah, names in local use, as you bring right up there. This name is already established, beginning to have some local usage. So, and in other names, that's going to become a larger factor in this one. This one's not been that long, but how long the locals have been calling it something is a strong factor in all geographic naming decisions.
Yeah, and that goes back to that Tokelon case, where it's been on the map for a couple of years, and the longer it sits there, the more it kind of gets embedded into that area.
And of course, before that, Negro Canyon was on maps for, and I forget how many years now, when it had a large local usage. So there's a duration for each of these, and that we should take a look at. But I think, and just before we defer, which I think we should do, because I think this is really good discussion.
Yeah.
The other item that came up through, I think, BGN's initial research, the idea of a canyon being applied to a feature. It came out rather early that in this area, and I don't have again, I've got to learn how to share maps at some point to say, I'll digress that one time. If I have a map and I'm ready to do that, can our illustrious leader allow me to share documents as well?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and I'm not ready to do that because I've got 2 different computers and all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
But
you could even take a picture of it and
wow,
send it to me, and I'll put it up, or if you have it digitally, you can
Next
absolutely
time I'm going to be ready for this.
grab the screen. Yeah. No,
So,
I think that's really helpful to have
because
visuals.
again, I do things like this again. No, I don't know. The which shows, historically Negro Canyon was applied. This feature is a Y-shaped drainage. It starts at Donner Lake, or ends at Donner Lake, and in fact, there is a unofficial geographic name. Leonard Creek is the name of the drainage, but that's is locally used on some maps, I should say. It is not in GNIS. It is not official. And I have copies of maps using that down near the populated area, right by the lake, where there's homes and things like that, and subdivisions, and they call it Leonard Creek. Or excuse me. Now I've got it wrong here.
Johnson Creek?
Nope.
Oh, it is Leonard?
Gregory Creek, excuse me. I'm
right.
sorry,
Okay.
fumbling in paper here. So the drainage itself is known as, on some maps, I should say, as Gregory Creek. It may even...
There's Negro Canyon.
Doesn't show on that one. It's not an official name. But in any case, it goes up here just past the freeway. And while people are looking at that, the freeway kind of cuts off the bottom of this entire canyon.
So the canyon kind of just starts at the freeway?
Well, it turns out, most often times we think of the canyon as a topographic feature. You go in there and you see a canyon and amongst a bunch of land features. A giant freeway going by changes the landscape quite a bit. The way people think about it, it's kind of below the freeway, and there's a bunch of subdivisions down by the lake, and above it, it becomes much less populated. It's just a hiking area. Historically, let me get this right, Negro Canyon was applied to the westernmost branch of the creek, officially unnamed. In local usage, it came about that they refer to both branches of the creek as being Johnson Canyon. This gets back to geomorphology even, and things like that, that it kind of cuts off this rather cirque-shaped area, although it's not glacial, I don't believe, this canyon area, and they, on maps and officially, it's the westernmost branch. The locals refer to both branches. This philosophy is, I don't know, say not allowed. A canyon, in terms, is a riverine feature. It is always applied to a singular drainage, as in it has Jenny or Matt could say this much better than I could, but a canyon always has a source and an end, just as a water feature does. Thus, and we talked to them a little bit, a canyon can't have, a Y-shaped drainage. It doesn't fly with geographic rules, and BGN doesn't really want to allow that. Yet the local usage that comes back from both the Forest Service and the Truckee Donner folks saying people refer to both the entire area as Johnson Canyon. Therefore, we've got the application question came up, and I wanted to leave it kind of like that. I get blathering on.
Tiffany, while Rich was talking, I was looking at the mapping history of quadrangles, and the name didn't appear until 1955, 15-minute. Actually, it was a 2400, 7.5. But it didn't. If Albert Johnson was a resident in the late 1800s, but the name didn't appear on a USGS quadrangle until 1955, 57, I think is when the printing was done. So that's actually fairly recent.
It is, yeah.
I don't know if the Forest Service showed that feature named before the USGS, which they sometimes do, but that's the earliest date that the USGS quadrangle shows the name. It's just surprising because it's kind of recent, relatively speaking.
Was there no name before? Or
Yes,
was there?
it was unnamed on the
Okay.
30-minute quads, which predated them. They go back to 1891 when the first quadrangle was done of the area. There was no name. If you're in Sacramento sometime, Susan, I will show you how to research the quads, or we could set up a get together sometime. It's pretty.
Yeah,
quick.
that sounds good. I'm actually, my museum is in Los Angeles, but I live in Pinole. I'm about an hour. I go to Sacramento all the time because it takes me,
All right.
I can get to Sacramento faster than I can get to San Francisco from my house.
Tiffany might be able to do the same, but I'm just saying that there's a couple of websites that are very helpful in just sort of the beginning point of doing research on when names first appeared on the map. I think tells us a lot. So,
And that actually reminds me that I was talking to Matt and Jenny earlier this week, and Jenny offered to give us a little demo of how to use the GNAS database. Like maybe we're talking about right in the beginning of the August meeting, just a little 5-10 minute.
And then adding to that, then also TopoView Get Maps is where you can see the entire library history that USGS has of quadrangles that were released, every edition, going back to the 1800s.
Right. Well, I know we're going to defer, but it sounds as though Rich is saying that this place is neither Negro nor Canyon.
More and more complicated.
Yeah.
What is it then? The
Yeah.
plateau?
Yeah, I've thought about that. When BGN said, "Oh no, you have to pick the canyon starting at the east one or the west one," and I said, "Local usage is saying the locals refer to it as the whole thing." Now, I will let, because I pressed the issue like I do, that they said if we had to pick one, we'd pick the easternmost, which would be a change.
It would be, because the name appears on the west branch.
Yep, the official application is the shorter western branch, but if the locals had to go with one, they would go with the east. But they say, because they just say above the canyon, they refer to that whole area as Johnson Canyon. So we probably need to respond to that somehow. And we'll leave it as we currently, as proposed, we have two entities, the Forest Service and Truckee Donner Land Trust, in support, but we could defer for more information on what we want to find.
Yeah, it sounds like that's the way we're going to go.
Yep.
So that give Susan an opportunity to talk to her contacts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go ahead and defer it so we can move on. And that brings us to review list 416, our oldest cases. Janine, I'll hand it over to you to kick us off. And by the way, there's these 4 land features up in Plumas County, and we're kind of just, even though they're separate proposals, we deal with them as one. And so if you want to do that, that's okay.
Just so I can start us off, and then I will count on Rich again to fill in the.
No way.
Oh, I know you enjoy this. You'll be happy to offer some info. So these are 4 names that include the word squaw, which is derogatory, and the features would it's been proposed to give the features new names. So the Mountain Maidu tribe and the Washoe tribe have proposed different names. So one unique situation that is happening is that part of the proposal is to consider having features existing with 2 names at the same time, because these people both occupied the area and had their own names for things. So to pick one name over the other wouldn't be historically accurate. And so that's part of the consideration of whether the BGN would accept that. So the first one is proposed Damalasung Lake, which has been known as Squaw Lake. And the proposal to change the name of Squaw Lake in Sierra County. The origin of the existing name is not known, but has been used on the USGS topographic map since 1891. The proposed name Damalasung Lake means star eye in the Washoe language. According to the proponent, this lake, when viewed from a distant mountaintop, resembles a star eye. He notes that the lake is within the ancestral lands of the Wai-Métis, which I may be mispronouncing, the Northern Washoe. And then the second one is Delmua Valley, which has been known as Squaw Valley. The proposal is to change the name of Squaw Valley in Plumas County. The existing name has been used on the USGS topographic maps since 1950. The proposed name, Delmua Valley, means flat grassy place in the Washoe language. According to the proponent, this is a place of food source for the Northern Washoe. The third one is Delunga Peak, formerly known as Squaw Valley Peak. The proposal to change the name of Squaw Valley Peak in Plumas County. The existing name has been used on the USGS topographic map since 1950. The proposed name, Delunga Peak, means rock pile in the Washoe language. According to the proponent, there are natural resources on the summit to provide important traditional and utilitarian uses to the Washoe tribe.
Apologies, I know you have one more to go. Who was the proponent again?
This little clip that I'm reading,
all the same.
It doesn't say who the proponent is, and then when we dive into each one, we'll get to the more detailed info that will say who the proponent is.
Yeah. Just to, I guess, just right now, since I've got it, Daryl Cruz of the Washoe tribe.
Okay.
And that's for all 4?
Yes.
And then the fourth one is Seshme Creek, formerly known as Squaw Queen Creek. Proposals to change the name of Squaw Queen Creek in Plumas County. The existing name has been used on the USGS topographic map since 1893. The proposed name Seshme Creek means Blue Camas Creek in the Washoe language. According to the proponent, this is a place of food source for the Northern Washoe. So as Rich filled me in, it's notable that in contacting people of the area to get suggestions for names, the Washoe tribe responded first, and the Maidu tribe took much longer to respond. So that's why all of these proposed names that are listed that I just read are in the Washoe language. Later, the Maidu tribe sent a spreadsheet that was not an official proposal, but was their suggestion of the names that they use for each of the features. And more recently, we've received an official letter from the Maidu with name suggestions. And am I right, Rich, that that also includes other features that have they have suggested only Maidu names, that the not Washoe names included?
Pretty close, yes.
Okay.
They're not official proposals yet, but
Right.
they've made their wishes known.
Right.
So
And-
how do you reconcile two names? I'm asking because I'm new and I don't know, by the way. Maidu, are we proposing Maidu and Washoe names for each place? And how does that work?
I can interject here. The principle number 5 is one of the primary principles guiding geographic names. There's only one name per feature, so we can't have two names for the same feature. And what I know is that goes all the way back to Library of Congress and filing and some of their restrictions. There's been some major battles where a river that crosses a state line is called one thing in one state and another thing in another state. And basically the federal government has told them you have to figure it out between the two of you because we'll only accept one name. So it's a major principle in naming and has been for a long, long time. So we will have to resolve that, or they will, but our recommendation will be helpful.
Has there ever been an instance where you could submit potentially two words as the same name, even if it's just different languages? Like Sierra Mountain?
Two words.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean
Well, that Sierra means mountain.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting idea. I hope we can pull up the list of the Maidu names, but when you look at the Maidu names compared to the Washoe names, you can really tell they come from different languages because of how the sounds go and how they flow. So, okay, there's the list. So, it would be interesting to combine them because they have such a different sounds to them.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
But I guess the point
we could put out.
Isn't the point though, it isn't just that the languages are different, but the meanings are different.
Right. Yeah.
So it actually is not like Sierra Mountain.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And to follow up on what Jim is saying, I guess we could argue that idea of one name only as part of history, on the one hand, does help us definitively identify something, but it could also be said that that's a perspective of people coming, settling a place that wasn't originally theirs and saying what they're going to call something, whereas the people who were already there existed with the two different names and it worked. So maybe there's some way that we can find for that to happen for the future.
Well, sort of a broader perspective is that they're both, they come from an oral tradition in two different tribes. And the purpose of place names primarily has been for communication. And that's why there's policies about overly lengthy names as well as other things. So it's complicated, but I don't think we can combine them or have two names for the same feature. And they could
I would just request that we be open to the possibility of, if that is something that the tribes might suggest. Because again, where we're deferring to native languages, I think it really should be tribally driven in this case. And I know that Rich is suggesting more of that back and forth. And so I would just say, if they are proposing two names, that we just kind of put that to more conversation, and even at the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
So Janine, do you have some more stuff?
I don't think I do. Do you, Rich?
Well,
background?
I honestly, just to let the rest of the group know, and both you and Christina got my longer summary of this, trying to get you up to speed before you so unceremoniously said you had to leave.
Yeah.
And then just yesterday, I gave Christina pretty much probably a better summary, the shortened about the long history of this case. And I honestly think it is important to go into a lot of the details on this one. It has been is easily the most complicated case I've ever been involved in. It's multiple names with, in fact, and we deal with the fact that the Washoe, just to set it straight, we have 4 proposals on the table. It was initiated by Darrell Cruz of the Washoe tribe, and those are the proposals on the table for us. In response to that, a derivation of this table that BGN put together, and I've got one that has even a few more columns that I made. The Mountain Maidu and the Forest Service, I'll put it on us too, were slow in responding. The early on, this table came from the Mountain Maidu about this is, and it just kind of said, this is the names we use. It didn't fall very well into the BGN process. It was a, okay, what does this mean here? This is, and we, they then, I don't know how much detail to go into. I did it for both of you guys. The Mountain Maidu had a hard time communicating what they wanted for many years. They had, among other things, not understanding this, like a lot of people, the geographic names process. In some respects, who cares about this process altogether? But then when they finally, Saul was working with them previously, and then the Mountain Maidu had a big deal for them. I guess they had a death of a tribal elder, and they are a very, I would say, they're geographically in many places. I guess they administratively, they were kind of in Greenville and Susanville, and there's a Concow branch, and getting a voice to come forward about what they wanted took a long time. And then other things took precedence for them. The death of a tribal elder was huge, and they just really couldn't respond, honestly, for a year and a half, just like that. So it made it very difficult. These are all little details, and if I think I'll go through it one time and hopefully never have to go through it again. We find the Forest Service is very closely tied to what we find are 2 Native American groups that historically both occupied this area. Now, I don't know, I have no way of knowing if one occupied it more, but both of them have, the Washoe proposed the names, and after waiting, which is the 7 years is a long time, even in geographic names parlance here. Some of ours do go 2-3 years, but this 6-7 years is a long time even for us. But from about day one, the rest of the group will hear, having heard from me, the idea of getting a quality decision over or meeting some time frame, we almost decided to just throw it out, say, oh, it's just not, this is too hard. This is, we have to make a decision because it's taking a long time, and but no, I think we've gone with the idea, and I've proposed deferring this name about 6 times to this committee, waiting for a good decision. Our forest supervisor on the Plumas National Forest, when first responding to this, wrote us a very nice letter, which I will get to the files, saying that the Forest Service really respects both groups here. And we would definitely, again, like to remove the, quote, settler name, as my Maidu friends have told me, remove the settler name from the landscape. It's offensive. And the Forest Service is all behind that. Our regional forester, even before these proposals, back in about 2006, had a decree for Forest Service lands that we will not use, as we call it, the S word, on any of our maps and signs. So we are 100% behind removing that. On our local maps, we were put in the great position when I was head of the mapping division for the state, saying we can't use this name on our maps So we have to remove the word squaw. And we had no official name to put on the map. Therefore, on our forest visitor maps, it currently is blank. We took the names off the map and in some cases put a BGN case number or something, or an ID number, which also was not viewed very well. So, but right from the get-go, the Forest Service has been a champion of removing these names. That's not even the question. We then got to the point of what will be, it came about, we knew trying to get the mountain Maidu to respond, we needed just something rather than a phone call. Finally, and we were waiting for literally years to get a response. Amazingly, last week, after waiting years, we finally got a letter from the mountain Maidu, and it was just up on the screen, documenting their wishes about what happens. I believe BGN will take the, now it responds to the Washoe proposals, of which we have 4, and there it is on the screen again. And so the numbers 1, 2, and 3, and what I would call number 7 down below were the proposals. In 1, 2, and 3, the Maidu have finally said that this is what we would like to call this feature. And I think it's still up there. It is excited. We would like to request. They really want them to be equal. Just again to tell the group, in no way does the Maidu do they want to be antagonistic towards their neighbors, the Washoe. They really, at times we were hoping that they could come together themselves and say, oh, hey, you guys can name, we'll propose this one and that one. That never happened. I'll just leave it like that. We couldn't get that to help. We'd hoped, because we, the Forest Service and geographic naming community, hardly is going to be one of our, like Jim said, one of our main rules is to have one name for one feature. It's for safety, locational reasons. Calling something by 2 names just causes problems. It can be a safety problem when you need to refer to something. So, but neither the Forest Service nor the BGN wants particularly to decide one name over the other. So the quandary kind of comes to us like that. We've got 2 groups that were there historically. In some cases, for one feature, there's only a Washoe proposal, and the Maidu have said, hey, that's fine. We don't have a proposal for that one. You could go ahead with that one. They have for 3 other features that also include, well, Squaw Peak, Squaw Canyon, Squaw Valley Spring, they have proposals. And currently, those BGN, I believe, will take those as being a proposal, and we will see that on a review list shortly. I believe we might need to check that.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And the Washoe would then be able to respond to that in typical fashion. There are also, just to let you know, 2 other features that that include the word squaw in them. They're rather minor features. They're little springs, but there's currently no proposal for those. So for the numbers 1, 2, and 3, we really have the situation of BGN policy, which has some strong and some good reasons behind it. And I think Christina might have just stated it pretty well there about we might, or maybe it was Janine, I don't know. We could look at this a little differently, maybe. There's the concept of having a variant name. The variant name, there's always a primary official name in GNIS, and then there's any number of in GNIS there's a variant name. We record all the names that it's ever been called. It's that concept, you can never throw out a name, it just becomes a variant. Frankly, the Mountain Maidu have 2 or 3 names for some of these features, and those might be captured. I'm rambling too much here.
Yeah, so I want to jump in here real
Go
quick
ahead.
because I
Yes,
think that
go
this is
ahead.
a similar issue to what Susan identified earlier, is that these places are called this because it's from a white settler perspective of who was there when they named it. So
Yep.
I think part of this is also doing a little bit more homework on when the names happened, because if we know when the names happened, we can get a little bit more clarity on which tribes were where, just based on the point in time. I think I really love the idea of consulting with everybody who is known to have had ancestral ties to an area, but also I think here there's the historical element of it's named this because there were Native people here, Native women particularly, and who those Native women were, I think we can get a little bit more detail about, so that we're at least kind of potentially being faithful to the purpose and the historical antecedents of this without being, without being frankly really, really offensive, and retaining names that are just perpetuating awfulness. We're in Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Peoples Month. Like, this all is part of the same thing. So I think it's past time to change these names. I think that more historical homework is probably needs to be done. And we talked a bit about this yesterday, Rich, about reaching out to the tribes a bit more and having more consultation and conversations about options, because, you know, in addition to Greenville, there's a handful of other federally recognized tribes that are Mountain Maidu, and then a handful of non-federally recognized tribes. You know, and that's not to say anything about the Washoe groups as well. So I think kind of getting a sense of what we're looking at in terms of the historical purpose for it being called in the first place, that name, and then kind of thinking about where that puts us in terms of who we should be talking to, when we should be talking to everybody, obviously, but if we do care about kind of retaining some sort of history there, that we think about it from that anchor.
Much better said than my mumblings, Christina. But there's really, it's obvious that we want to get rid of these settler names. You know, that I don't think there's anybody still supporting anything to retain those. It's now just where we go from here. And we could have used this line of thinking 5 years ago to hopefully get people together early. It hasn't happened to date. Maybe we've got the option. Maybe we'll get something out of this. It may be old news to the proponent, who is thinking the process has gone along too long now. He at times has been anxious at, come on, California Board and Forest Service, what are you doing here? You're just sitting on it. No, we haven't been. We've been trying as hard as we can. And similarly, but if we, on that hope that we could bring people together, come up with something, knowing some of these geographic name things like the variant name, which I always thought, you know, what the Maidu have communicated to me, they really would like them to be named both. They absolutely would. They said it could be named both. And that just, but that causes friction with what we try to do. But if we can come up with something.
Well, and it may be that historical anchor solves the problem for us, you know, that, you know, at this point in time, it's this thing, but this is a variant. So yeah. I think that there's more that we can explore there.
Getting the communication started, we can get something going. It may get a quality solution. And like I said to both you and Janine, I don't care how long it takes, is when we get a quality decision, something that's going to last and be respectful to everybody. And times do change every once in a while.
And to throw another wrench in the system, the BGN prefers to add the type of landmark that the feature represents in addition to the name. So we have another name to get involved. We don't have to do this, but so for like let's see, what's my name? The Aluyi, meaning Squaw Canyon. So we'd add the word canyon, or the lake, we add the word lake or valley, peak, etc.
Yeah. Jenny and our Forest Service representative on BGN, I already talked to Jenny about that, about whether she would be the one, as these finally hit a proposal, to on the Maidu ones, because the Washoe already agreed to adding the generic, usually suffix to make, because it was Damalasung Wiggy, I believe, in the original proposal. And they said, would you be okay with adding lake? And the Washoe was okay with it on their 4 proposals. The Maidu have not been consulted about that yet.
They've done it here. Yeah.
Well, I think Christina actually supplied us with, if not the solution, then a step toward the solution, which is getting everybody together, which could be done on the phone or by Zoom. And just looking at what we have now, and what the work that you've done, that's been done already, I mean, there are 3, we're talking about 3 places. So I think the getting together is what ought to happen.
Yep. We've been hoping for that for about 4 years.
So yeah, I'm sure, but we can be proactive and set that up, right?
Yeah, we finally got this step as for at least the Mountain Maidu, and we're assuming that this fellow from the Greenville Indian Rancheria speaks for the Mountain Maidu. That was a question for us.
I would not assume that.
Well, yeah,
this person is identifying as the assistant fire chief, and that's not an elected official or anything. So
I would love that would be verified. Same exact question. We say, oh, we can't go with this, but he is on their board, and you knew some of the Mountain Maidu Consortium.
We just have to be really careful. Like typically whenever we do any dealings with tribes, we need to get the official resolution from the board that's been voted on that authorizes someone to speak on behalf of them. So just saying.
I had the same question about Daryl Cruz.
Now he is, in my understanding, and again, all this needs to be verified. It'd be great if we come together and re-verify these facts. Daryl's higher in the organization with the Washoe.
But again, same thing. And I think that's a good point, Susan.
Yeah, it is. And among the other things, just little detail stuff. And I'm more of a detail guy than a big picture guy. Through all this communication, of all things, with different time, it took a long time. We have to be very careful that a couple of the features are not confused with each other. We've tried our best to say this mountain, and a couple times the spreadsheets have had it, and we said we have to go after that. I believe we have one thing because of another spreadsheet I have. I think even this letter has a misspelling, which is very important to us in our geographic names world. Just like on number 3, I believe at the end of Om Shatim Sui, I believe there's an M after that. I saw it on another document, but here's the quote, as official as we have documentation, and all of a sudden the M isn't there. I go, oh.
Well, and I think as Jim mentioned earlier, most of the languages are oral transmission, so you may have variants and.
Yeah.
So just in the respective time, we're actually getting close to closing time. We could go on for a while, and I think there's still a lot of detail to hammer out on this, and there's going to be a lot more discussion. But I'm thinking, Christina, would you be willing to take these cases on? Because I think you have a unique place where you can reach out to the tribes. And we're about to roll into the unassigned cases, and I'm thinking that both Susan and Christina, since you've already picked up new cases, that maybe we could give the new Janine Bird person some of your cases just to equal things out. This seems like a really good one for you, Christina.
Yeah, and I'm going to offer to whoever is on for Assemblymember Ramos that we can coordinate on that as well.
Excellent.
So, I think an important part is our next step, and I think if Christina would take these cases, I think that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, sounds like she's got some really good insight and ideas of where to go with it, and connections, which is huge.
Yep.
The former Maidu Summit Consortium executive director, who's a member of one of the Maidu tribes, just lives down the street. So that's going to be my first stop.
Perfect.
Yeah. Do you know? Can you tell me who that is, Christina?
That's Ken Holbrook. He's now the
Okay.
CPUC tribal person.
I know that name. I basically have been dealing with 3 women over the Miss Gorbett, Melanie Johnson. That we will later. Yeah.
Are we ready to defer? I mean, we're not ready to defer this, but
Tiffany, I thought I'd just point out that the scene behind me is the lake in question. And I'll duck out of the way. I don't know if anybody can see, but it's a very.
We're going to need a much better name for that.
No kidding, right?
But that's the lake.
It's beautiful. Makes me want to go there right now.
I'll just say that I don't like going places like that, because if I take pictures and I want to tag where I am, it's just so gross. So I would like to go there too and tag myself in a better name place.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good. Well, that's going to happen. Once we change the names, we're going to have to go visit them all these places.
Yeah, it just cannot be overemphasized how offensive these names are. This word is. So I just feel every time I look at the word, I feel there's some urgency to making the name change.
And this is just a drop in the bucket with that name in California.
And I did a search when I first started this job, and it's at least over 100 just in the federal database. So
yeah, so we have a big job ahead of us. I know that the one up in Tahoe is going to be coming down the pipe towards us eventually. There's a discussion about that. Yep. That's a really prominent one. And so Rich, so we only have 15 minutes left, and I want to respect that. And I'm sorry we didn't get a break in, but this has been really good discussions. So I'm hoping to use the last 15 minutes. And Rich, you said you had some points you wanted to make.
Oh.
And I want to give you that time, or I want to hear what you have to say, but can you do it really fast?
No, I'm gonna even go faster than that. I'm gonna pass on it because you use the time.
Okay. Hopefully we touched on some of the things that you wanted to talk about anyway. Yep. Okay, so our last main agenda topic is assigning the new cases. So
just real quick, we officially deferred, correct?
Officially deferred. Thank you.
Thank you,
Kara. And actually, I do. Janine sent me the map of Johnson Canyon. I kind of wanted to share that, but I don't want to take too much time. I can't see it. Where is it? Because it's on my email. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, what are you guys looking at? That email. Okay, that's. I think I'm just going to skip this. Anyway, there's a really nice map that Rich sent to Janine of Johnson Canyon, and it shows the 2 different canyons, and it was super cool. But now I'm feeling.
Of course it is. I made it.
Really rushed.
I'm going to help you. And on the first one, I know I already took on a couple others, but I'd like to take this one too. The Serrano one, and I'm offering to work with Assemblymember Ramos on it as well.
The what? Okay, let me pull up the list.
This is the formerly squatting.
Yes. And this is proposed by his tribe, so I want to make sure that he has the opportunity to be involved in it as well. But if anybody wants to take it, they can take it. It just seems like a good.
Oh yeah, no, that would be great, and we'll shuffle things around so that you're not overloaded for your first year here with us.
I do a lot of this stuff as part of my job anyway, so it's fine.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm trying to pull up the list. Oh no, that's not the right one. Okay, wait, there. So this is the new cases. So yeah, so that one originally went to Susan. How do you pronounce that?
I can defer if you want.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be great if you take it. And Susan already picked up a case, and I think, Kira, we might have to do some rearranging on this list, and which we were kind of expecting that anyway. So that's
Absolutely
fine.
Do you want to run through them really quick and see if anyone wants to jump on any of them before we do that?
Yeah, let's do that for the sake of time. So the plan was that Kira was going to introduce these with just based on the digested version of the review list, and then we're going to discuss them, but we don't have time for that. So let's just do like a really brief version of reviewing these. If anyone wants to grab a case on here that they're not assigned to, we can do some shuffling. So I'll just run through them and let's go with it. And Christina, can you pronounce the first one for us? The
I'm not familiar with how Serrano pronounces their language. So my deputy on the tribal advisor side, though, will probably be helpful, but I'll defer to that. And I'll get you the pronunciation once I do a full consult and write-up.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll go ahead and reassign the POC. I'm going to give it a shot, and I'm sure I'll just destroy it, but the Kuvu Hook. Pakuvu Hook. We'll go to Christina Snyder. How Arch is assigned to Greg Lucas, and he's not here to say yes or no.
Right, he's not here to dispute it, so we'll stick with
So
it
he's going to keep it. And so Daek Dao Goet Wata. So that's a creek that comes down from the Jeff Davis Peak.
Formerly
TBA.
Jeff Davis Peak.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you. To get used to these new names already. So that will go to our new Department of Conservation representative, most likely. Elk Creek. Richard, that's going to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Good, great. James Wong Howe Creek. I'll take that one. I'm good with that.
And I have a note on that too, Tiffany. China Creek is for the same feature.
Right, yes. So that's a good point. So our new Department of Conservation representative will not end up with that one, which is good because we're going to give them other things.
Changing that to you.
Great. Thank you, Kara. Minifree Hills. Christina, that's going to you. We could probably shuffle that around though, since you already have kind of a full caseload.
Would you like me to reassign that to the Department of Conservation since we just took one away from them?
Perfect. Thank you. Sawyer Falls, Daniel, you get that one.
Sounds good.
Great. RMI Point, that's going to go to Clayton, and he's already got two of the old cases on his list, so he'll be a busy boy. Gasparini Creek, Susan, that's going to you. I think that's going to be a really straightforward one. That's just a spelling correction. So if you're okay with keeping that one, we'll leave it on your docket. Chest Hills is going to go to the State Library, and that one involves the BLM. China Creek, I'm taking that one along with the James Wong Howe Creek. Granite Face Lake, Richard, you get that one also.
Okay.
And then the Duke, I'm taking that. Wait, how did Daniel only end up with one?
We have more committee members than we didn't make it all the way through the list twice, basically.
All right, enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, on spot come August.
However, Tiffany, since you do have the extra ones and previous ones, if you want to see if he would like that one.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. I think Oakland Hills is going to roll onto someone else, or I could keep Oakland Hills the way it comes back at us and give Daniel the Duke.
I'm just here to record it.
Yeah. Does that sound okay, Daniel? Or
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. let's do that.
Okay.
And that will be helpful for me because it actually, it lightens my load a little bit for the next meeting. This particular meeting was a little overwhelming to prepare for, to try and get my cases ready and the meeting and keep my job going. In fact, thank you everybody for bearing with me with stumbling through my cases. Clearly, I did not have a good memory of them after over a year of dealing with them. I'm not dealing with them.
I'm going to need to follow up with the right person because I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Okay.
I was going, Susan, real quick, I was going to suggest that perhaps, Tiffany, we schedule a meeting for the voting members with possibly the emeritus advisors and talk through some of the research.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Since
and I need to know what I'm supposed to do, what my product is supposed to be for the meeting, all of that. I mean, I'm seeing things on the screen and I'll be checking into things, but I need a tutorial.
And this is a new process. It's a new process with the support of the Library Research Bureau and Kira and Sue. So they're going to be supporting us a lot and helping us do our research. So your main goal, learn your case, and let's schedule a meeting. I'll work on that just amongst the committee members, and it might be really helpful if we can get Rich and Jim involved too, because they have that historical knowledge of the committee.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll want to, what we were originally planning on doing is talking through each of these cases today to get you started on what kind of research you wanted to pursue, but we didn't get there. And these meetings always take longer than you think because there's so many nuances to every case, as you can see. So look forward or look for that meeting invite. Maybe we could send out a survey for people's schedules. Does that sound good, Kira?
I can help that.
To try and find a time that everyone's available.
Are we pretty set for the August 13th meeting?
Yes, that is definitely on the books. And okay. So our last...
I won't be at that one. I have a scheduled vacation, a rental, so I'm out of town. But that's okay. There's too many people, but it is kind of a busy fire season too. So I was wondering what your situation is going to be.
I'm a little concerned about that. Yeah, I'll do what I can do. Hopefully it's, well, this is going to be, we're all just bracing for a crazy year, but we'll see.
Yep.
And then we've already kind of talked amongst ourselves about when the following meeting will be. And we've penciled it in for December 8th, which is a Wednesday. So hopefully that works for people. So that'll be our third meeting of the year. And then we might even do another meeting in January to kick off the new year, and probably a new chair at that point. And it's possible that that won't be in person, and maybe the August meeting will be in person. We'll see. So with that, are there any other comments, questions? I'm sure there's lots of questions. Before we close. Okay, well, I really appreciate everyone's participation today and an excellent conversation, and this is going to be exciting, interesting stuff. I'm glad everyone's so engaged. With that, we'll say goodbye for the day. Thank you so much.
Goodbye.